I see.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So
Ik dacht is dat het dat erop is, maar niet de eerste recht, dat ze niet al die niet al die erop willen.
Okay. So then I would ask all the panelists, apart from Valentin, to switch off their screens for now and to switch off their sound. And then it's just Valentin and I for a little while. Super. Super. Need this a bit more here. Okay, are we good to start, Valentin?
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. I'm just gonna do a quick intro, and then we'll head into it. Woo! Need a sip of wine. Welcome everyone. So many people have signed up for this session, which is amazing. It's people from all over the world, which is absolutely crazy and insane, and I love it. And I wanted to start quickly with a little thank you. First, I thought I'd say all the thank yous at the start. Thank you for all the panelists who are taking part. Thank you for Valentin for making the time to share his knowledge with us. Thank you to Icy, our lovely live chat host for the evening, who's got up at 3 a.m. in the morning to join us for this. So applause to her. And then also thank you for all the people who have been sharing what we're doing today, for following the new Instagram account that we have, which is at Wine Versus written out. And also a big thank you to the Wine Scholar Guild of Winnipeg, who is letting us use their Zoom account, which is amazing. And then also I just wanted to say that the team of Wine Versus is, we're a team now. We have grown in the Wine Versus family, and in the core team, there is Wildark, Todd Cavallo. Then we've got Maria Kopic from Alex and Maria Kopic in Austria. And then we have the lovely Frucht Stereo guys from Sweden, and also Jan Klein from Mosel, and me. So you will not get rid of me of this lineup. And also for the panelist talk, we had a little change of lineup. Isabelle Legeron and Elaine Schukamp-Brown are not going to manage this evening to join us, but instead Christina Rasmussen from the UK and Jerka Giré from California are joining us, which is really cool. Yeah, so this session, Wine versus Climate Change, is about alternative grape varieties and especially about Piwis. Piwis is the German term for fungi-resistant grape varieties. The proper term is pilzwiderstandsfähige Rebsorte, which I think is a great word to say. And they're a specific type of hybrid. And now I'm going to go over to Valentin Blattner, who's joining us from Switzerland. He's a grape breeder, and he can explain much better what a Piwi is, I think. Valentin, do you just want to start on this directly?
Yes, well, Piwi. Do you hear me?
Yeah, wir können dich hören.
Yeah. Okay. A friend of mine, Pierre Basler, had the idea to.
Which is cider.
Jetzt mache ich schnell mal den Intro. Pierre Basler from the research station had the idea to change the name from hybrids to something which is easier to understand. Hybrid is in any case not a very correct word, because if you marry a girl from Africa, don't call it hybrid, what comes out. Everything which is easy to breed is very close related, and so it's a stupid word which should not be used, because hybrid is something else. And but there's a lot of terminology which is a bit wrong in viticulture. which I don't want to go into easier, is disease-resistant varieties, pilzwiderstandsfähige Rebsorten, short PV, very simple. So Pierre Basler founded that PV group in Switzerland some 20 odd years ago or even more. And so it was started up in Switzerland, but also the different research station for other countries, mostly Germany, and the Austrian were present as well, started off with that PV group. And today it's more like new varieties. A new variety should be disease resistant in any case, otherwise it's nothing new, as simple as that. So today we are talking about new varieties which include all the Piwis and exclude all the ones which are not resistant, because these are old varieties. I mean, the disease has been introduced 150 years ago, everybody knows that, and there is no genetic in the vinifera which does any good in terms of helping to fight against disease, except that Kishmish vatkana, which has a gene, that oidium resistance gene, which is quite efficient and comes out of vinifera.
So basically the diseases that Valentin is talking about here is phylloxera back in the days, and also the mildew, powdery mildew and downy mildew majorly, that came over from the stateside to Europe. And because Vitis vinifera, so we're talking about grapes like Riesling and Pinot Noir, they didn't know these diseases were not native here, so they were not prepared for them. Well, for example, the US varieties of Vitis knew this and they can handle it. Just as a little explanation in there. Keep on going, Valentin.
Of course, there is some disease reaction in the viniferas as well, but since they do not know the fungi from America, they don't react as simple as that. Maybe easy to compare with COVID-19, which is our body doesn't know it, so it doesn't respond correctly. And the varieties or the resistant genetic may be present in viniferas. For example, tannin is produced to fight against fungi, but it's not produced quick enough. The fungi is quicker than the production of tannin, and so it doesn't work as simple as that. Now you can speed up the tannin production by using a gene from the American varieties, or let's say just making the variety, the European variety, realize that there is something coming, and then the defense mechanism starting. In some cases, it might be tricky because tannin production is quite needs a lot of energy. And if you get downy mildew, it's usually that time of the year when in spring you have the first infection, and you may have a lot of rain and not a lot of sunshine, so the plant doesn't have enough energy to produce the very energy intensive tannin, and it's coming too late. So speeding up the tannin production is something, but it doesn't help if the climate is cold. The whole thing is very complicated. And then the next thing is today we're trying to combine different defense mechanisms to avoid that the fungi gets resistant to the resistance. We already have seen in our trials, where we have for 30 years the different genetic present, that the fungi are starting to get the trick and find out the resistance. RPV31 was the first one we were losing out of the old French hybrids, and now even we find it in other genetic sources like RPV12, RPV10, the very resistant ones. And the stupid thing is we're bringing in one gene after the other, and the fungi is just stepping up. First, it gets the first gene resistant, or it finds a resistance against the first gene, and then we bring in the next one, and then it's not a different defense mechanism. It's just one after the other. And then the mutation of the fungi is just following up. In fact, we shouldn't bring out varieties which are only on a very short base of resistant gene. We should bring out something which is quite decent. That's the plan today. But since it takes so long to get something on the road, making variety is not very difficult at the moment. Or today, it's not that difficult anymore. But then you have 20 years of paperwork. So usually what we're bringing out now was made 25 years ago and wasn't up to date, let's put it that way. But that's the thing we have to deal with, that the legislation is much more difficult than making a new variety. And the future will be...
I'm going to jump in there again quickly. So how long did it take, as an example, with Cabernet Blanc, which you created, you know, till you thought, okay, this is a sound quality grape variety, like without the paperwork? How long was the actual breeding part?
Actually,
bureaucratic work, but
actually, yeah, Cabernet Blanc is a very simple variety. Let's put it that way. You know, there has a gene against resistant gene against downy and the resistant gene against powdery. So coming out of the old French hybrids, which were the only ones available at the time. And the idea was we have to bring out varieties which have a top quality, otherwise nobody will talk about. Making resistant varieties which nobody drinks, we all know, not very helpful. So the plan was we bring out varieties which are even better than viniferas. And in some cases, it's, especially in Cabernet Blanc, you don't have to spray that much against downy, so you don't use copper that much. Where we all know that copper buggers up your nice flavor of the Sauvignon Blanc. And the idea was, at the time I was working in New Zealand, I was planting the first vineyards down in Central Otago, and having disease-resistant varieties was the plan from the start. And Sauvignon Blanc, New Zealand, major variety. So we focused on Sauvignon Blanc, but also Cabernet Sauvignon. That's why I made the crosses. Cabernet Sauvignon is a cross Sauvignon Blanc by Cabernet Franc, and it has a white and a red gene. So if you use it in breeding, you have both in the same breeding line.
Okay, so because the heritage of Cabernet Sauvignon is white and red, you can also create white and red from Cabernet Sauvignon.
As simple as that.
It's cool.
So out of that breeding line, out of the same lot, Satin Noir was coming out, and but the plan was the Sauvignon Blanc type of thing, the Cabernet Blanc, which was made beginning 90s, 91, 92. Half of them were made in New Zealand, and but they're all lost. I stopped after a while because it was too complicated down in New Zealand, and the interest was nothing at all, because at the time it was just the flash varieties, like we all know, Chardonnay and Sauvignon Blanc. And so since we didn't have much resources at the time, we tried to make two flies with one bang, as we say. So we did Satin Blanc, comes out of the same breeding line like Cabernet Blanc. And my idea was always working together with the farmers. So my idea is still executive and legislative has to be separate. It's not me who chooses the varieties. I make the varieties, and those who have to sell them, they choose which one they take. So the Cabernet Blanc was chosen in Germany, Volker Freitags, Klaus Rummel, and actually the first wines were made at Geilweiler Hof. Lutz was the winemaker. Rudi Eibach organized the whole thing. We had very good teamwork at the time with Rudi Eibach. So this variety comes out of that joint venture, if you put it that way, with the German side, because me in Switzerland was always a wee bit difficult. So I prefer to work with the Germans. And the first wine was made in Geilweiler Hof, as I said, and Klaus Rummel, the winemaker from Klaus, the Rummel family, has chosen that variety because he was into Sauvignon Blanc type of thing. He liked that flavor, and it gave the possibility of getting the Sauvignon Blanc flavor much more pronounced than coming out of Sauvignon Blanc. As I mentioned before, copper sprays bugger up the Sauvignon Blanc flavor if you have to spray in a cold climate with a lot of copper. So that was the start, and but the real beginning was I was in the county Jura in Switzerland. The county was new, separated from County Bern, and the possibility of making wine in a new county was new land, let's put it that way. So I jumped in and organized the whole thing and made my own vineyard in the Jurassic County. And then I thought I will have my own varieties, not do the same thing as everybody else. If I make a Pinot Noir even better than Burgundy, it will not be Burgundy. So I have to have something which is Roselle, for example, I've chosen, or 32-7, Sauvignon Soyer, which are unique. And I set the standard, let's put it that way. And nobody else is in my way of competition. So very simple. And then all my friends from all over the world said, oh, can you do that for us as well? And so we started different programs in Canada, in Germany, France, and now it's even in Spain. The Spanish want to have their own varieties with the resistant genes. And since we're into it quite profoundly, it's quite easy to make it today. I will explain later if we have the pictures. Today, it's not that difficult to make new varieties, resistant varieties, because the genetic is known. You even have the markers, and it's more, you have to try to be in the local varieties, and not do the same mistake as we did with Chardonnay, the whole world Chardonnay, which is, in my opinion, sometimes a little bit boring. If you, they all have the same, I mean, it's style Coca-Cola. I do like wines which have a speciality, a local speciality. And so we have to more or less build a variety for a particular region and for a particular climate. There's no need to have the full load of genetic if you don't have downy mildew, for example. It's good to have a gene present, which just in case there is, for California, for example, it's not a big deal to put into 1 or 2 genes just as a protection. If there is a bad weather coming, climate change in terms of getting more rain, and but otherwise the problem in California is much more on powdery mildew, and there are quite some efficient genes which we can use to create a variety for California. Of course, I'm not doing Californian varieties. I'm rather busy in Europe, but my colleagues over there do a very good job in introducing the genetic, which is recommended. And also, for example, Pierce's disease resistant, which there's a quite interesting gene present, and the first varieties coming out, helping an awful lot. And it's UC Davis who's working on that. So my colleagues all over the world do the local thing, but we share the genetic and we share the results, and that's quite fruitful, let's put it that way. Now, you've asked me about the history. Maybe I should show a few pictures now. The history of the grape breeding, because I am only I'm only a little part of the whole thing, because grape breeding is going on for 150 years. I'm only into it for 35 years, so it's just a little part. Doris is trying to make it work. First of all, I start off to show you how to emasculate. What a difficult word.
It's like castrating, basically, no?
Yes, castrating the flowers. That is the main work of a grape breeder. But then you have to know what you put on. So you have to clean the whole flower, get all the male parts off, which is a bit tricky because the flowers are quite small, as we all know. And then you bang on some other pollen. You officially marry two varieties. Okay. And then I show you quickly the genes which are most commonly used. Starting off with, okay. To the left, it's no, it's upside down. Up is downy mildew. So we have the RPVs, which is resistance Peronospora viticola, and the old genes out of the French hybrids are the RPV3, there is 3.1, 3.2, which are quite close together and not very, very efficient, but still you can say it's helpful. And then we have the RPV1 coming out of Rotundifolia, and then the ones out of the Amorensis, RPV10 and 12. At the beginning, we thought we'd together until we realized that there are different ones. They're on different loci as well. The first numbers are the loci number. So
quickly, basically, there are specific Vitis varieties that have different strength, is what this list is showing, correct?
Yeah, that's where you get the genetic, the resistant genetic from. And the colors is, the darker color, the better is the resistance. So you have the 5 would be medium resistance, 6 would be better resistance, 7 would be much better resistance, but that's a bit vague. The Amorensis genetic is quite strong, but as I said, you have to be careful that not getting different strains of the fungus in which start to understand that genetic. Most of that genetic is one gene or single gene dominant, which sounds awful because that's the one which the fungi finds out very quickly. And there would be another resistance coming out of the Riparia or Cinerea, Caribea as well, which is quite a strong resistant, but very complicated. If you have a lot of genes which are involved in the whole story, it needs awful lot of seeds to get one which has it all, and the whole genetic falls apart after the 3rd generation. In the 4th generation, there is nothing left unless you keep it together, which means 10,000 seeds to more or less. You can, there are some ways to keep it better if you have it on both sides of the parents, and but nobody does that breeding with those, for example, Kuhlmann hybrids, because next generation, it's all falling to pieces. But it's a very long-lasting resistance. The Kuhlmann hybrids have the same strength of resistance for the last 100 years, always the same. Whereas those RPVs we are seeing here, they lose, or the fungi builds mutations which are starting to eat all of them. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. So we have to be careful trying to combine a lot of things and let them out only when they're a durable resistance, or go to a broad resistance genetic, which, as I mentioned, is difficult. If you try to make all this resistant correctly, you need thousands, 10,000, 100,000 of seeds. I did more than 1 million seeds in my life, and I'm still not getting the whole thing together. And in one breeding run, we have to have at least 30, 40, 50,000 seeds to get something together which is halfway decent. If you only do 500 seeds, how long does it take to have a chance? A lifetime is not enough, so you have to be careful to do as much as possible to find the good ones and carry on with the good ones. We have the next echter Mehltau, that would be the oidium, the powdery mildew, which is ren or run. Run would be coming from the Latin name ren, recipel, or unicula, necator. Yes, there are. Of course, researchers couldn't get into one name, so okay, so we have two different names for the same thing, ren and run. So the ren 3 comes from Linsecumi, which is mostly in the French hybrids, the one which is in a lot of French hybrids. And then I mentioned the Ren 1 coming out of Kishmish Watkana, that's a pure vinifera. It's quite a good resistance, but believe it or not, it buggers up your quality completely. Vinifera are not the best. If you try wines from wild viniferas, they're all absolutely dreadful. You can have some wild American grapes, for example, Norton, Cintiana, Vitis estivalis, makes a very nice wine, just a wild grape. So talking about the vinifera is the ultimate one is, again, a myth, which is not true at all. In this case, even if you want to bugger up your quality, try Kishmish Watkana. And if you want to make a good quality, even get some new flavors in, which are very interesting, estivalis would be a choice. Or in certain cases, even don't dream Labrasca. I mean, all the flavors in the Labrasca are 10 times too much, but having just a hint of the different flavors, you can find whatever. Lemon, citrus, everything, even tomato. We don't want to do ketchup, I do agree, so there's some bad ones as well. But
I'm going to quickly jump in there. Is Labrasca not also the Vitis that is known for giving this kind of foxy tone that people have been talking about?
Yes, that's that foxy. Well, there again, it's called the fox grape, but not because of the flavor. It doesn't taste like a fox. If you ever tasted the fox, it smells totally different. It's called fox grapes because they are big berries which are not eaten by birds. They're too big. They fall down to the ground and they have that fantastic smell which attracts all the animals on the ground, foxes, and everything which eats fruit, badger, you name it, and they distribute the seeds. So the name comes from something else than the flavor. But as I said, everything terminology in viticulture is misunderstood or whatever. But that is not my problem. So the flavors in those Labruscas can be very pronounced, of course, but if you just break it down to hints of it, it can be fantastic new flavors getting out of these varieties. I didn't use Labrusca at all at the time until I started to work together with the Americans, and they just, what? Ah, that's where you get. Yes, it's true, but in Europe, that Labrusca, it's like, no good. Okay, then we have Rotund. Huh?
Another question, just quickly. So there's so many vitis varieties. How many vitis do you tend to, or have you worked with roughly as a number? Because I don't think all of them are suitable for wine production. Is there like a core group of like you know, the ones you have listed on this sheet here? Are they sort of like a core group you work with?
The most important thing is finding a resistant genetic in those varieties. Go to the next one, Vitis rotundifolia. That has nothing to do with grapes. I mean, the damn thing looks different. It smells completely off. It has a skin. You can use the big berries for golfing. It never breaks, but it's totally resistant because it comes from Florida and well, down south. And a lot of rain, tropical climate. It has to be resistant. So getting that interesting gene out of that one was very interesting. Also, it has a different amount of chromosomes, so it had to be repaired first. That is, if you talk about hybrid, that would be something which goes into hybrid because it's well off the track of Vitis, all the other ones which you can easily breed together. This one you can't, so you have to adjust the chromosomes first. And then it's quite interesting to get that gene out. And if you back cross it, you get it into vinifera, which you would never even believe that it was coming from rotundifolia. That is possible, but it has some downgrades as well. Coming from a tropical country, it is, well, it's made for Louisiana, but not for Switzerland. In a cold winter, they all die. So they're very frost tender. And also it is the RUN1 gene is the one everybody uses today for making the powdery mildew resistance. And it also has a downy resistant gene on the same loci as well. And very interesting. Everybody uses it. It's very, it was made or found in America. UC Davis made it available for breeding. And then in France, there was a lot of back crossing being done, which I think it's gone too far because you lose a lot of good things as well. But you can have fantastic quality out of that wild grape, which you cannot use for winemaking, but it's possible to back cross and get it into line, absolutely. So, okay, today everybody uses it, and I can explain why. If you use amurensis, the ones up for downy mildew, which make a very resistant downy mildew seedlings, they have a big problem with oidium, with the powdery mildew. When I first started those crosses, I didn't know that there was such a lot of powdery mildew possible. So they all died of powdery mildew. So we had to back cross them, even with vinifera, get them more or less more resistant to powdery mildew, and every breeder had the same problem, and that was easy to cure with the Run 1. So you shouldn't create a problem which you repair with one gene. Bad idea. Run 1 is the classic gene which you shouldn't use on its own. Single gene, dominant, easy to breed. You make 2 seeds, one of it has it, and the other one hasn't. And the one which has it is fantastic, absolutely disease resistant. But the fungi will find it out. And the second thing was, if you breed it then with amurensis, you weaken the whole thing, and you may have very clean leaf, but you may have the stars of the oidium on the wood. And that is the beginning of the end. When the plant makes it possible for the fungi to survive, then it's only a matter of time that the selection goes on the leaf. So the fungi mutates as a very virulent form. And so you should never have Run 1 on its own. Unfortunately, the French brought out a few varieties from Bouquet, which are fantastic, I have to say, but they are only on the single gene resistance Run 1, and that is dangerous for the gene itself. If we lose that gene, no good at all, because it's a very interesting gene, and we should be very careful. In America, it's more or less accepted by all the breeders that nobody brings out a Run 1 variety which has not another protection as Ren 3, Ren 9, Ren 1 or Ren 4, whatever, but you have to combine it with something else. Now, of course, at the moment in Europe, we have varieties. Maybe we go further. Here we are. I hope you can read it. Difficult. These are the varieties which are on the market at the moment. And as you see, they mostly have 2 or only 1 gene for green is downy, powdery, and blue would be downy. So if we find Cabernet Blanc, which is way down on 31, I have to use glasses, it helps. Yeah, Cabernet Blanc. It has 1 gene for downy and 1 for powdery, which is not tremendous. So you have to protect this variety. Absolutely. We have to give at least 2 sprays. And in Germany, it's quite well organized, I have to say. It's the school in Neustadt, DLR, where Birgit is more or less bringing out for each variety how to handle or how to spray. So we don't lose the genetic. The fungi is not able to, or has a second defense mechanism, which would be the spray. For example, if you use a baking powder, it cleans your whole fungi problem down to 0. It's more or less a reset, and you don't get out of the zillions of spore one which finds out that genetic. It's
okay. So just to jump in there quickly. So basically, ideally you have more than 1 genetic per disease to support the fight against that disease, right? It's basically yes. We want to avoid, in COVID terms, the mutation to come and get us, and in this case we send extra genetic support in Grape terms.
Yes,
to try and say it a bit more simply, basically.
Yeah, exactly. The more resistant genetic you combine, the more resistant it is. But still, at the moment, since we have no variety which is perfect in terms of doesn't have a chance to be producing a fungi which is getting resistant against the resistance, we have to spray minimum twice. It depends on the region, but even in very nice regions, it's you have to do a protection. You can do that quite easily in this term, as I said, baking powder, and that helps a lot. Actually, it helps to keep the variety resistant for a longer period. Until we bring the new varieties, we have more genes. And it also depends where you plant the varieties. For example, in my fantastic breeding region, where such a lot of disease for breeding, fantastic, but also for the fungi to get resistant, I do find resistant against most of the different genes I'm using. But that's because over several years in that particular vineyard, the fungi is omnipresent and usually starts in end of May and has one generation after the other. So we produce millions of spores, and if at the end, I call it the mutation potential of the fungi. If it needs, let's say, 1 million spore to find one spore which gets the story, which mutates to find out the resistant genetic. It's a matter of calculation. How long does it take to have a million spore in your vineyard? And then you're buggered. Now, in south of France, for example, you have one generation of a fungi, and usually it dies out after only a few weeks. So it takes maybe 300 years to get a resistant fungi for RPV3, as I mentioned before. And in our situation, it only takes 3 years, and the fungi has it. It's still, I mean, it still works to a certain degree, but not as it did before. When I first started off with that Sauvignon Blanc, it was absolutely clean. And only a few years later, it started to not so that clean anymore. And that's when I realized that there's something going on. And as I said, today we have the most of that genetic, because it's always mostly using people single gene dominant, because that's easiest to breed. We don't have it in the what did I say? The Kuhlmann hybrids, which are mostly Riparia rupestris, but that's a very difficult genetic, as I mentioned, very large genetic. So it's very difficult to breed. That's why nobody does it. And in my vineyards are away from everything. The nearest vineyard is about 20 km away, so I can try out these things, but still I have to be careful and go back to zero from time to time for not creating a problem for the whole world by buggering up the resistancy. But this should be done by every grape breeder, very important thing. So if I show you the genetic of the what we breed today, for example. So it's the marker selection we do. So we have the run 1, which is omnipresent, that's quite always present. And then we have Ren 9 and Ren 3 for the powdery, and then the RPVs. And if I explain starting flower sex, FF is twice female. On both chromosomes you have a female, which means you have a fantastic plant, maybe super resistant, but it fails to make fruit because they don't produce pollen. You can use them for breeding quite easily, but then you have a lot of females in the offspring, which is not very handy. Every female plant is just getting expensive because it's never been helpful. Sometimes we use it by using HH, which would be the yellow one. that's hermaphrodite on both sides, a perfect flower on both chromosomes. So all the offsprings would be HF, which is still a perfect flower. And that's very important to know what you have in terms of genetic on flower sex. And then if you go further down,
can you just, Valentin, sorry to interrupt you. Can you just explain again what HH and HF, and so F means female, and then the H mean what?
Hermaphrodite. That's a perfect flower which has a male and female on the flower, which is the normal grape flowers we have.
Okay.
There are a few Piwis on the market which are not perfect. They're only female, and these are the ones which sometimes fail completely to produce grapes. If you plant them just in between something else, it works. But if you plant the whole vineyard, there's not enough pollen around, and there's no self-pollinating, and they fail completely to have fruit. Okay, you can say, oh, they only make less fruit and a good quality, but if you don't have fruit anymore at all, not very helpful. So the same thing, the dark green, these are plus. On both chromosomes you have the gene, which means all the offsprings have a plus. You only need one plus to have the resistance showing up. It's even the plus which have it on both sides of the chromosome are sometimes not very good, because you only need the information once, and the second part could be complementary. You need, or it's better to have only one plus. But for breeding, of course, it's much easier to breed if we look at 2, 4, 6, 7 row. The first red one, HF, which has Ren9, Ren3, and RPV12 double plus. All the offsprings, all the children they produce, they are resistant in these with these genes. Now, if you combine them with something which maybe okay, now I explain it on the, you have the RPV10 and not RPV12 in number 4, 5, and 6. Now, if you use 7 and the HH, the first H and the first yellow one on the flower sex in breeding, so you get, most certainly you have those, you have 3 genes in any case, so you only have to repair the first one and RPV10, and then you have a full row of very usable results. So we are trying to get the whole row plus to produce a grape which is not for the vineyard, which is just for breeding, because if you breed it with vinifera, all the offsprings have the gene. So at the moment, that's our main work, producing a variety which is plus on the whole line, and then you can make easily every variety resistant in one generation. So talking about how long it takes, in this case, it only takes 1 year. And you have you don't even have to wait for the next year, because you're sure that all the offsprings are resistant. So you can, right after the taking out the seeds in October, you plant them in November in the greenhouse, and in spring you plant them out, and next year you have a full grown plant where you see the flowers and the grapes and the quality. So in this case, it only takes 3 years to produce a variety which has the whole lot. Of course, you double check it with the marker, and then it's the next thing. It's not always working out perfectly. It looks quite very nice on paper. You have the plus, but there are also negative genes which bugger up your positive gene, and you have to get the negative genes out. So it's getting more and more complicated. And then, of course, some gene work very well with some viniferas and not very well with other viniferas. And some genes, that's why we don't have, well, no, we don't have it here. REN1 or RPV31 taken out because we don't want to have it in because it may bugger up other genes. So,
hey.
So you have to find out which one works together on what variety, and so it still takes a lot of children to find the good ones. It's and you have to find the good partner, like in real life. It's always, so.
I have a quick question in there. So the Piwis you develop, they tend to be then own rooted to begin with, but they can be grafted.
They should be grafted in any case. That's not the question. Not only that people pay the royalties, no, they wouldn't if they can just stick it in the ground, but it's like the tires on the car.
Yeah.
If you try summer tires in winter, no good. If you try a rootstock which is very drought tolerant, you're much better off in a dry region than one which is not very drought tolerant. So the rootstock is very helpful for the soil, for the climate, for whatever. So it has to be grafted in any case. On top of that, you keep the whole thing clean by using a clean rootstock, and the grafting company is very important for the virus health of the plants. So that's not the investment of a grafted, rooted plant is not much in terms of 25 years of harvest. So the better quality you have, the better it pays out for the rest of your life of your vineyard. So there are varieties, of course, which you can stick in the ground, and the roots are phylloxera resistant. I won't tell you which ones, but it's not the plan to have porteur direct, as they were called, direct plants. That was interesting for in Russia. They were trying to find a lot of these varieties which you don't have to graft because it's a money situation, but that's no good in any case. So grafting in any case is something very helpful, which shouldn't be avoided. Okay, so, now let's go to history. See me when I was young. Beard changed color and different things. This is the breeder Shizmazia and his wife. They bred in Hungary, Bianca Salagyöngyö, and I've been given his material when I was young. And the same thing with Professor Becker from Geisenheim. When he retired, he gave me his whole collection because he said, nobody else is interested, you're the only one, you can have it, make something out of it. And let's face it, RPV10 comes out of his work, which he got from Czechoslovakia at the time. Good friend of his was Professor Kraus, and he gave him some seeds with that Amurensis, and RPV10 came in through his hand into this part of the world and is widely used. The Freiburg varieties are based on RPV10 mostly, and that was the basic work was done by Professor Becker. To the right, it's Pierre Basler, who invented the Piwi name, who created that Piwis group in Switzerland, and which is gone international today. And then in the grape breeder meeting in Yalta, I think it was 94. In the back, we see Professor Olmo. To the right is Rudi Eibach from Geiweiler and Pali Kosma from Hungary, which was bringing in the RPV 12 from Russia. Of course, he spoke perfectly Russian. At the time, it was under Russian, call it occupation or whatsoever. And that was the first source of RPV 12. We worked together with him. We worked a lot in Hungary in the late 80s. And that's the group from Russia. Sylvia, who was working with me at the time, Birnas Valentin from Kishinev, and then Pali Kosma. And to the right, it's Helen Fish, no, Edith Haidu, who was more or less the leader of that, or the organizer. She organized the whole breeding in the Russian, and Pali did the work, but she organized most of it, and the wife and from the different people with it. And then in the meeting in it was 97, 94, can't remember, late 90s in Montpellier. To the left, we had Bubals from Bordeaux, who wasn't a friend of hybrids, and to the right, Professor Alleveld, who made a deal with the French to accept hybrid as viniferas if they have more than 75% vinifera, which was a very interesting deal, because that made them usable on the market, because before hybrids were not allowed, and now since it was clear, the French got something and the Germans got that name hybrid out of the advanced Piwis, if you want to put it that way. That made it possible to use them in viticulture. Very interesting deal, which started the whole thing. And at that meeting, the breeder Bouquet, as I mentioned, who was backcrossing a lot of that Run 1 genetic, made some fantastic work in terms of bringing out fantastic quality into an absolutely useless genetic in terms of quality, showing that it is possible, and also bringing that Run 1 gene in a usable situation. But he was, from Bubals, always under pressure that it's rubbish what he does, so he gave away all the Run 1 genetic to the whole world, and that's where we got the Run 1 mostly used all over the world, coming from Bouquet. And RPV 12 again from the Russian side. This is the woman to the right is Edith Haidu again, and the man to the left is Petar Sindrich, who made a lot of the first RPV 12 crosses, which were really showing some fantastic results. And most of the RPV 12 today is coming from his work, and also Pali Kosma, but they were working together. Actually, we were all working together to find out that RPV 12, and which is widely used today, and which is a very helpful tool. And then the meeting in America, again, Olmo in the middle, CO Foster, a private oil man who paid a lot of work being done by the breeders. Hampstead Peter, we were working together for 30 years on that cool climate thing. He has a lot of cold, so it was easy to select, which is sometimes very difficult in Switzerland if it's not very cold. We only get minus 30 degrees once every 30 years. So at his place, much easier to select. So Peter was the man for the very cold resistant plants. And then Elmer Swenson, the man in America who made Swenson Red. He was already older 30 years ago. And of course, he's not on the planet anymore, but his work was basic work for a lot of the cold resistant things. So just to mention that we are working with a lot of work which has been done before over the last 150 years. It started off in America. Jäger, who was also a Swiss, who made the first crosses in America, also for getting the root problem with the phylloxera, but then also for the problems of the different fungi. Now the program in Spain, here we are in Spain working on Macabeo, that classic white variety in Spain. And here we have the student from the Viticultural University in Tarragona. They all have to learn how to castrate grapes. So they come and help me, which sometimes is not very helpful because I always say they destroy flowers, but well, they have to learn it. Some of them were very good and stayed for the whole season, and having people in the flowers is always nice because then you have time to talk. You sit here and enjoy life on a camping stool, and you have a lot of time to discuss and do the work beside, which is quite basic work for the whole breeding. And then we also have a program in Thailand. The thing is, we can take out the seeds in October, and in November we plant them in Thailand. That's the man in charge in the Thai research, which is paid by Red Bull. It's the Red Bull owner's vineyard. And the nice thing there, we don't need a green. Pardon?
Red Bull has a vineyard?
Yeah, the owner, the one who invented Red Bull, has a vineyard near Hua Hin. And he has a breeding program in which I'm in charge of breeding variety for his. Das tut nicht. Nein. The inventor of Red Bull was a Thai, and he went joint venture with an Austrian, but that's not our story. He has a lot of money, he pays for it, and I do the work. And here we are, the grape breeders, Peter Hamstead from the right, and then Andy Walker from UC Davis and Helen Fisher from Canada, drinking beer, of course, because they produce so nasty wine varieties that we have to drink beer. That's the work in Spain, in the greenhouse of Irta, where we made the first crosses of the different Spanish varieties, introducing Run 1, and to find out the bad genes. In this case, we did 2,000 seeds, made 1,000 plants, and planted them in the greenhouse and selected them in the greenhouse because having only Run 1 means that they're not resistant to downy, and that I couldn't do in Switzerland. In Switzerland, we do plant them out in a field, just a normal grafting company, which has all the machinery to put out the irrigation, the plastic and all sorts, and then we plant our seedlings in the field. And as you see, it's quite a big field. So we have about a hectare of 20, 30, 40,000 plants going out in the field. And that's how it looks. It needs a lot of bending down, but if the whole, every person on the farm is helping, we get them out in just a few days. Otherwise, it would take weeks. And so we plant them out from the greenhouse in the field, quite close together. And that's how it presents a few months later. Just before the disease comes in, they grow quite nicely, and then the disease comes in. And as you see, there are some fungi present, And then, of course, you have to look at each plant, which means a lot of selection work to be done. And that's how it looks. The first plant has no downy mildew. The next ones, they're all killed by downy, but the first one has powdery. So we look for something like the one in the middle, no downy, no powdery, and all the other ones around are dying. Now that is a very important thing. You have to do the selection out in the field first. First of all, if you want to do marker selection on 30,000 plants, you get financially ruined. If you only do the 1,000 left, it's much easier to pay. And even though in this case, mostly you can see the one in front has the green one in front has some necrosis on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th leaf, which is a classic reaction to RBB12. So it is visible what the gene is present. And it's not always necessary, or for example, run one, you don't even have to make a genetic analysis because it's easy to detect in the field or in the greenhouse. Here we are in Spain again. And guess what? Which one has the gene and which one hasn't? You don't need a genetic marker to see which one has the gene. It's very simple because they are very resistant and the other ones are just dead, as simple as that. So the first selection.
Valentin, I have to quickly interrupt you there. Question. So, because we're talking a lot about genes and people are asking the difference between genetic modification or GMO in comparison to grape breeding.
Well, if you do it naturally, it's naturally. Now, of course, you can discuss if you do something which you do by thinking, so you do manipulating. Okay, if you want to have children which have a brown, nice skin, try to marry a girl from Africa. That is genetic engineering because you did something on purpose. No, it's done naturally. It's just the way it occurs if you mix a different genetic. But if you do it by bringing in the gene artificially, which is tricky in any case because you have to put it at the right place and whatsoever, and it's quite complicated. Let's face it, it's much easier to do it that way. You can do it with quite easily. In this case, before breakfast. Before breakfast, I do 10 flowers, and every second seedling is has the gene. Why should I do it complicated and fiddling around with all sorts of funny things if it's so easy to make? Bringing in genes by breeding is very easy, and you can do multiple genes at the same time. In this case, as I showed you before, if you have it on both chromosomes, it's dead easy to make a plant which is a super donor, as we call it. A plant which gives a lot of genetic on both chromosomes. To make that plant is rather difficult, but once you have it, it's dead easy. So making super donor plants is important, and afterwards it's very easy to make seedlings. But the selection out in the field is very important because sometimes you may have a gene, but the bad genes are buggering up your good genes. And in this case, it gives you a visual thing of only the goodies. You go further and get the bad genes out, if possible. Here you see the plant to the right is surviving and the other one is absolutely dead. See what you can do with manipulating pictures. Okay, that is not a grape I made. That's my girls who made the picture. So,
that GMO.
yeah, okay.
Quick quick question in there. Talking about all the genes, are there such thing as cold genes or I guess hot genes in comparison? You know how you have like the cold breed varieties from like the Minnesota University, for example. I think like Marquette, for example.
Well, it's very simple. If you use varieties from that part of the world where they are used to cold winters, -35 nearly every year, the genetic is present. And crosses with Riparia and Amurensis, they're super cold hardy, but sometimes quality is a problem. And Riparia has always a problem with phylloxera on the leaf, which is not a problem in fact, but the law says it is a problem. Nature is living with phylloxera, and especially Riparia is living with phylloxera, and it doesn't do anything to whatsoever the plant or the quality. Even if you have phylloxera on the leaf, they don't grow that much. They stop growing, so you don't have to prune them. It saves you work. And the quality is sometimes even better if you have phylloxera stopping the tips to grow, so the sugar rather goes into the fruit than into new growth. It's just our law which hasn't understood nature, but that is in any case the biggest problem of our time. If you work together with nature, you have to understand nature, and then things are much different than what is being well used to.
And how is it with like in terms of climate change, for example, with the Piwis and specific characteristic that might be bred into them, let's say with a thicker skin that might be more resistant to sunburn, I would imagine, but at the same time takes care of, I guess, botrytis on another hand, which
yeah, well, there again, that is, for example, the Kuhlmann hybrids, they're very botrytis resistant, but they have a very thin skin. Has nothing to do with thick skin with botrytis. It's a different thing. Sometimes the waxiness on the skin is important, or how many holes there are in the skin where the fungi can sneak in, or it doesn't have much to do botrytis resistant with the thickness of the skin. Thickness of the skin today is much more important with for the Suzuki flies, which are penetrating the thinner skin easily, like again the Kuhlmann hybrids. They do have a lot of problem with that animal, the Suzuki. But the skin, the thicker skin usually has more tannin. So the Kuhlmann hybrids, they don't have tannin at all. They have a lot of color, but that is just anthocyan, not tannin as we are used to taste it on the palate. So even if you take the Kuhlmann hybrids in a long fermentation, they don't make much more tannin, and they just produce a dark color, and they smell like ink, and they lose their nice fruit. So Kuhlmann hybrids should be pressed right away, and then you have a fantastic fruit and still no tannin, which they don't have in any case, but then you have a fantastic fruit, and you don't bugger up the fruit with the anthocyans, which may be going into a bad taste. So that is just how to make the different varieties, of course, the vinification. And that's again something which is in Germany very well organized at the school in Neustadt. Again, they say if you plant new varieties, you join the group of winemaker, or the winemaker from the school is supervising all the producers, and they make a meeting every year where they discussed how to handle a new variety, because we saw with Regent a lot of people couldn't handle a high pH and low acidity and so on. And today every new variety is going into that supervising panel, where the school or the seller of the school is making wine, but also with the first producer, because it's always interesting to have the first producer. They get the experience, and also their ideas is very important, as I mentioned before. I only make the varieties, but the producer has to choose which one. And for example, Satin Blanc, I was never intending to bring Satin Blanc on the market because it was dead straight growing up and had literally no leaf because it didn't do any laterals, until one of the producers said, well, that's the one I need. So I said, well, there's no leaf on it. It's ripe, wine is good. So what more leaves do you need for? So fair enough. So he planted a whole hectare, and there was stunning wine, had nothing to do in his vineyard because it just grows into the vines itself, and very less work in the vineyard. I didn't think of that. So, okay, that was the people from the vineyards who have their ideas, and sometimes we have to follow them. Yep.
But also then, I think a lot of the arguments to grow Piwis is, for example, there's less work involved, less spraying, but not no spraying, correct? Like
at the moment, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So otherwise, the disease resistance will vanish or be tired, basically. It will also mean that it's more cost effective. You have to spray less spraying material you need to spend money on, less fuel to go on your tractor into the vineyard, less soil compression. Anything else I'm missing?
And all what's following after if you bugger up the soil, then you have to repair the soil. You're creating problems by spraying every fortnight, or in Switzerland every 10 days, which is very costly to repair. Having a vineyard which you only spray twice, which is possible with multiple gene varieties, you can spray. You don't have to spray it on Monday. You can do it when it's dry, sometimes before flower and sometimes after flower. But you can choose the climate. And usually, as we've seen in the year 16, where it was raining all the time, so people were spraying all the time because the spray was washed off, and so they were in the tractor in a wet field, which you shouldn't do in any case, and see the problem afterwards. The same in Spain last year. People were spraying all the time because they had disease like they never saw in their life, and now the soils are buggered up, and they don't take the water anymore, and created big problems, whereas the resistant varieties, they haven't been sprayed during that period at all, and they didn't get diseased at all, because the 2 sprays they could make in that time when it was easy to go in, and that's a tremendous difference. And of course, you mentioned the cost. Every tractor is very expensive, and using it is expensive as well. So in fact, you can at the end do very little tractor and even mow the grass with, as we do, sheep or geese or you name it. Let nature do the work, and not expensive tractor. And that works quite nicely. I mean, working together with nature, you can have not a monoculture, because you have an intact ecosystem. You have a lot of different plants, a lot of different insects, and the insects keep each other under control. And at the end, you don't even have to spray or do something against the sourworm or the different grape worms, because they are eaten by other insects which are always present. Of course, you have to feed an insect which eats the nasty insect while there are no nasty insects around. So there have to be some indifferent insects around to feed the beneficial insect. So the indifferent insects are not indifferent anymore. They're very helpful. So actually, having the ecological cycle correct keeps you out of a lot of problems and out of a lot of work. And finally, you can have a vineyard which is not much work. We did in south of France 16 hours of work per hectare with 16 tons of grapes, and not only 1 year, over the last 10 years with Sauvignac, for example. And make the cost 1 ton of grape with 1 hour of work. It's totally different than what we did in Switzerland on different systems which use up to 1,500 hours of work per hectare. So make the cost.
So do you think growing Piwis will allow viticulture to go into places that have not been possible growing grapes beforehand?
Well, that has also to do with the climate change. I mean, up north, if you have a variety which does the whole cycle in the 6 months summer, you have more sunshine in Sweden than we have here in summer. So if you get something which I would say the varieties we have to throw away because they're too early varieties for our situation. Okay, I mean, the different ideas as well. If you ask the French or the Spanish, how quick should they ripen? So they say before hunting season. Nothing to do with, they want to go hunting at the 15th of October and everything has to be done by then. And even some producer plant the very early varieties, 32-7, for example, in south of France. I said, well, you have to harvest it in end of July or mid-July. So he said, well, fantastic. My cellar is empty. My cellar hand has nothing to do. And the wines are sold. I need new wine. So finally, he was the first on the market with rosé, for example, by beginning September, having a super price last year on the rosé from south of France, which were very much in demand. And just because he had a very early variety, which was sold before the late varieties were coming into the cellar. And that's another view onto the earliness of varieties. On top of that, the longer the variety hangs out in the vineyard, the more chances to get attacked by disease or birds or whatever. And in my situation, having the harvest before mid-October would be before the birds are starting to eat my berries. So I don't have to do the netting. So there are different calculations, but late ripening is one thing, but it's not, sometimes I don't see the point why it should ripen late. And as I said, most of the French, south of France viticulturists, they rather go hunting than fiddling around until November to get things in and freezing your fingers off.
Then next, sorry, I'm pushing a little bit more on the questions just because I did promise people this session would be shorter than last time. Last time the whole session took 5 hours officially. And I was like, it's gotta be shorter this time. I don't think so anymore. But so I'm just a little bit more pushing the questions out to you. And there was one that was asking about the aromatics in Piwis. There tends to be a lot of aromatic white varieties coming out. Is there a certain, like, is it a trend basically? Is there the demand for it more there? Or is it just a coincidence?
Well, we've seen that young people, and that's the future of our consumer, they rather tend to have aromatic wines which they easily can recognize. We've seen that in New Zealand with Sauvignon Blanc. New Zealand gave subsidies to plant the vineyards again, clean vineyards 40 years ago, and only for white varieties, Riesling, Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc and Gewürztraminer. guess what? They made connoisseur de vin out of beer drinkers, because every child can set apart these 4 varieties. As simple as that. It has to be recognizable for the consumer what it is. So they, oh yes, Sauvignon Blanc. And I mean, right in your face, that's what it is in New Zealand. It even conquered the world. The rest of the world said it's undrinkable, it's over the top, it sells. So at the end, who sells the wine? The one who dictates you what you should plant, or the one who knows what he can sell? If you produce it yourself, you better look yourself what you can sell. And if you start off with the youngsters, sorry, then Chardonnay is a difficult thing. And heavy duty reds also. So rosé is very helpful to get people into, later on they may go into more difficult varieties, and varieties which have no flavor at all. I don't see the point. I mean, I don't drink varieties which have no character. I don't see the point in just boozing. I want to have pleasure, and that is quite often in flavor. I mean, a nice Riesling is better than something which has no flavor.
So would you say Riesling is like when you're off duty, like your favorite wine to go to, or do you have a favorite?
Well, it depends on the day. I just choose my wine after what I feel like, and if it doesn't come out of the bottle, if I feel like a Riesling and it tastes like God knows, it goes into the kitchen, or even not that far down the sink. For me, wine has to make pleasure in terms of flavor and acidity, freshness, and whatsoever. And that's why I quite often prefer varieties which are easy to recognize than the just wine type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
character grapes in a way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm thinking of opening up the panel now.
Well, just a moment. Maybe I have a. No, it's gone. Not a picture, which would be easy to. No, that's okay.
Okay.
Let's go into open discussion.
Okay, I will switch off your shared screen.
Mm-hmm.
To stop participant sharing. Okay, so we're gonna open up the panel talk now. So all the panelists can switch on their cameras and turn on the sound. Anyone listening to me? We'll just give it a couple of minutes. So, in fact, Piri, you're still muted. Actually, we're gonna keep. Who wants to? I think Agnes is Agnes already online? Where do we have Agnes?
Yes, I'm here.
Agnes, you had a really good question for Valentin. I think I saw that in the chat with the cool versus hot climate towards grape varieties.
Yeah, basically I wanted to ask, hi everyone, I'm Agnes from Slobodne, from Slovakia. I wanted to ask if the Piwis are also divided, like those that are suitable for cool climate versus hot climate, like we know from Vitis vinifera, if there is something similar in a Piwis family.
There are, if you make breeding, there's some varieties which are too late or too early. Now, the too early ones, they perform very good in Sweden, for example. Solaris, in most places, Solaris is, let's put it that way, over the top. Too ripe, and it just loses acidity and flavor and water. And in Sweden, all of a sudden, it's a fantastic, fantastic wine. Rondo, the same. All the very early varieties that perform much better up north than in normal viticulture climate. And of course, the late ripening ones, you can try, but if they don't ripen, it's even worse than too ripe. So in the breeding, it's the genetic splits up in left and right, and it will be two early ones and two late ones. And in that international breeding group, we are exchanging the ones which I can throw away because they're too late. They're good for Spain. And the ones which are too early for Switzerland, they're good for up north. And quite often the very early ones are coming out of the Riparia amurensis line, and which is again cold resistant. So the throwaways would be quite nice for the northern country. And there is a possibility, I think, for the northern countries to replace the southern countries by making very nice fruity wine, and especially maybe not having the water problem, which is down south more a problem. So there will be a shift towards the north. In any case, I mean, in my situation, 500 meters above sea level, I had to do early varieties, and even the early varieties are now too early. 32.7 usually goes up into 14, 15 alcohol, which, okay, we make it a little sweetness at the end, and it's easy to handle in the cellar. So you can live with it, but of course, the grape breeding opens possibilities more for the north than for the south. That's a fact. And
okay. Yeah,
thank you.
Actually, a quick point I forgot to do is maybe all the panelists should introduce each other. Themselves, just quickly. I think that would be lovely before we move on to the next question that will come to Alice, and afterwards we will go to Todd. Is currently the line of order. I didn't even introduce myself at the start. I'm Jazz. She, her from Germany. I make wine here at the Mosel, and I'm very curious about Piwis, I guess. I pass on to Cozy. He's sitting next to me.
Hi guys, girls. I'm Cozy from America, and I work for Sefalter as the vineyard manager at the moment, and I also do a few projects of my own under Nomad Wines in South Africa and also in the Mosel. And yeah, I'm very interested in Piwis because of the natural way of farming. So yeah, that's me.
Perfect. Then we go to Maria.
Hi everybody, I'm Maria Kopic. We have a small winery in Burgenland, Austria. We are part of the Wine Versus organization team, and I'm totally happy to learn so much from Valentin tonight. Thank you.
And then we go to Thomas and Christine and Malena in the background.
Hello guys. Yes, we started 30 years ago with the organic cultivation, and since '94 we work with the Piwis. And Valentin, maybe you know my father, Rudi Niedermeyer. He was sometimes in your place and visit you. And since exactly. 2012, I bring forward our winery, and we work today only with resistant grapes with Piwis. Our main varieties are Bronner, Solaris, and Sauvignon Gris. And since 2005, Rudi, my father, was starting with our own breeding.
So we also do crossings at the farm. Yeah. And hi, I'm Christine, she, her. That's Marlene. Hello.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, wait, I I've messed up my screen. We'll just go next to Jan Klein, because I can see him.
Hello, I'm Jan. I'm running Staffelter Hof Winery in the Mosel, and we are currently planting a lot of Piwis in a big, like 3-hectare project that we could manage to get put together because of a second land reform in our village. We already planted 6,000 square meters last year with Muscaris, Sauvignon Gris, and Sauvitage, and this year we're going to plant even a little bit more with Donau Riesling, Satin Noir, and Sauvignac. And the whole project is going to be 2.5 hectares of PV grapes and 1/2 a hectare of Riesling just next to it, so we can see how differently the whole thing works. And so, of course, this is a very important topic for us to listen to tonight.
Okay, we will go to Deirdre.
Okay, I'm Deirdre, and I am in Vermont growing alternative resistant varieties that have come from the breeding program at the University of Minnesota. And I am currently growing 8 different varieties. They are called Marquette, La Crescent, Frontenac Noir, Gris and Blanc, Brianna, and Saint Croix. And we're farming about 11 acres. And here in our region of Vermont, we are all only growing resistant alternative varieties.
Perfect. Thank you, Deirdre. Then we go over to Christina.
Hello, thank you for having me. Amazing topic, and yeah, something that I find fascinating. My name is Christina Rasmussen, she, her. I'm the co-founder of Little Wine, an online platform for content about winemakers, as well as a UK-based wine club and bottle shop. I guess my own interest in hybrids and Piwis was sparked when I first had the wines from Deirdre, which, yeah, they touched me and they were unlike anything else I'd ever had. And since then, I guess I've explored various segments, and I worked with the wineries of New York State, and I've seen Pascaline present on hybrids many times about sort of first generation, second, third, and find that, yeah, so interesting. I also went to Ducourt in Bordeaux, who are growing Cabernet Jura very successfully, which I loved, and the wine's tasting great too. And I actually made a wine with Abe Schoner of LA River Wine Company, which had a component of Salvador, so one of the very old first generation hybrid crosses in the US. So yeah, really looking forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Then we go to New York, I would say, to Todd.
Hello, hi. I'm Todd Caballo, together with my partner, Phil Cornish. We are a Wild Art Farm making wine and cider and other stuff here in the Hudson Valley of New York. We have Itasca and La Crescent planted on our farm here. We also co-manage a vineyard about 2 hours north in Washington County that's got a big Marquette block and then a field blend of a dozen different hybrid varieties, both New York and Minnesota hybrids, as well as some of the older French Americans, but I can never remember all of them at once, and I didn't bring my list to read off of, but there's a lot of them in there that Deirdre also mentioned. Also was introduced to good hybrid wines by Deirdre, and I'm drinking Harlots and Ruffians from her in celebration. And yeah, this is, I mean, a topic that is, you know, very, very close as we're learning how to farm organically and biodynamically in this climate. It's really become apparent that the only way to do it in a really kind of focused and ecological way is by growing resistant hybrids. You can grow vinifera here, and you can grow great vinifera wines here, but you're out there spraying, you know, like Valentine mentioned, every 10 days. You know, here it could be every 5 days if you're really battling downy mildew. And there's a lot of diesel fuel that goes into the tractor to do that if you can't afford one of those fancy new electric tractors. So we're focused on these new hybrids that are coming out and very excited about them.
Perfect. Thank you, Todd. Then we go to the Nahe Valley in Germany to my friend Piri.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Christine of Piri Naturel. Yeah, we're based in the Nahe Valley in Germany. And my personal interest in PVs is that on the one hand, we're currently still focusing on the traditional grapes growing here, like Riesling, Silvaner, and so on. And I'm a maintainer of those old vines. Like we have very old vineyards, and I want to maintain them, but I also think we have to look for new plantings, and we have to really focus on PVs and develop our region. And yeah, so thanks for all the information.
Thank you, Piri. Then we go to Taiwan, to Icy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Icy, she, her. I work for Becky Wasserman, which is a wine importer based in Burgundy. But my side project is a podcast called Engrafted, which focuses on wine, humanity, and the planet. And I do believe Piwis and hybrids, although not the best word, as we learned from Valentine, is really something we really have to talk about in the future, because we cannot enjoy wine as it is without thinking of its environmental impact, whether that be how much we spray or our glass bottles, etc. So this is of great importance to me, and I hope all wine lovers and just anybody in the world, like, you have to think about what you're consuming and who you're buying things from. So thank you so much, Jazz, and everybody else for this really important topic.
You're welcome. Thank you, Icy. Then we go to the UK, to Jamie.
Well, hello. I'm Jamie Good. He, him. My background is I have a PhD in plant biology, so I'm fascinated by the science of botany and viticulture, and I think that this is such an interesting topic because there's so much lack of understanding about resistance, plant resistance, and viticulture. And also I think there's a degree of viticultural racism. You know, there's a lot of almost like there's a lot of bias in the world of wine, and people, I know, because like, for instance, I've traveled to Japan quite a bit, and one of the grape varieties there, the red varieties native to Japan, is Muscat Baillier. Now bring back a Muscat Baillier and show it to, you know, serious fine wine people in the UK, and immediately they judged it. They judged it as being an inferior wine because it's not a Vitis vinifera. And I think we have this big hurdle that we have, and I think Valentin is, I'm so pleased to meet Valentin remotely like this, because he's one of my absolute heroes. I've been reading all about him and what he's done. He's like, I'm so fascinated by the whole Resdure and Piwi initiatives, and also the breeding that's gone on in North America as well, because I went with Christina to New York State for the first time a couple of years ago, and we tasted some wines, and some of the, and Deirdre, your wines really opened my eyes to this, because this is like, you've got wines selling for 30 or 40 pounds in the UK that are made from hybrids, and they're selling out. And it's like, well, something is right. And you taste these wines, there's something that is right about these wines. By any definition of fine wine, these wines fit that definition. So for me, this is very exciting. The whole, and it's about changing a mindset. It's almost like a changing a, it needs this sort of, I don't know what the term is, but it needs this sort of revolution of attitudes to move on to thinking, and coupled with also this perfect storm of climate change as well, we have a real opportunity to think about what do the vineyards of the future look like.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Jamie. And then we will go to Sweden, to the lovely Fox Stereo boys, men, guys.
Hello. Hello. I'm Mikael. I'm Carl. We are Fruit Stereo, and we work a lot with some Piwis and hybrids here in Sweden as well, especially in our co-ferments, where we mix the Piwis with different types of fruit, everything from apple and plums to different types of berries that we have here in Sweden. As we don't just do 100% grapes, we use them a lot with other types of fruit. As Jamie put it very nicely, it's the no viticultural racism. We blend everything. So
and also, yeah, and that's also what we would try to do in the future. That's of course not only planting grapes in one spot, but also plant everything together. So not only the co-ferment will be in the fermentation, but also the coexisting world will also happen within the orchard or fruit yard or whatever you want to call it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And then we go to Abruzzo, to Italy, to Davide from La Media.
Hello, everyone. It's Davide from La Media. We are from Abruzzo, is the middle of Italy. It's very curious about knowing something about Piwis, as we don't have any kind of knowledge and tradition here in Italy, mainly in the south part of Italy. Maybe now is going to start new experiment in the north, but why in the middle of Italy there is, so in the south no kind of experiences. And so we try to make wine without just grapes, so without any adding substances or preservatives. And so that's my dream would be to make the same in the vineyard. So no spraying at all, no any treatment. So it would be nice to Piwis looks like an opportunity in this way. So 100% pureness from the grape to the bottle. So let's see how it's going to develop. You are mute.
Yeah. Okay, I noticed. Thank you, Davide. And then we go to Alex in New Zealand. It's that early in the morning.
Hi, everyone.
No?
It's about just before 10 now. But thank you for having me. So I have a small organic winery, a vineyard in Nelson in New Zealand, and I also work quite closely with a couple of wineries in Japan. So I've had a little bit of experience in the elaboration of wines already with hybrid or alternative varieties. I guess my predominant interest in the Piwis now is, I'm just looking, we had just finished our spray season, I guess, with our nets on, and I sprayed 19 times this year. So it doesn't particularly sit that well with me. I mean, like David was saying, for me, it's problematic when you're carrying one philosophy in your winery where you're not adding anything, and then you're in the vineyard just going crazy. We're bucketing sulfur on in the vineyard, and at some point I'm concerned about the buildup of sulfur in the soil, of just how much diesel we're burning. So it's really fascinating to be looking at something, looking at alternative varieties that we can be working with to soften this impact in our vineyard.
Thank you, Alex. And then we go to Austria again, to the lovely Franz.
Austria and Hungary. Hi to everybody. Yes, Franz Weniger, working in Austria and Hungary, and just 5 years ago started also with some Piwis, but it's like very small scale. We're doing a little bit more next year. I'm also interesting to find out from my personal viewpoint if Vitis vinifera is just in our head from this cultural point that it's more or supposed to be more fine. So I think it will take a few years to really dig into this and just to know more.
Thank you, Franz. And then we go to Jirka in California.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jirka Jire. I work at a shop here called Ordinaire. I also work for a wine club called Viticultural, which I think we have a lot of partners here in the room. And my interest in Piwis is I do a little bit of small winemaking, and I also want to understand as much as I can so I can relay to consumers, because the interest is only getting bigger and bigger for hybrids and Piwis. I also have a organization that I founded with Jim Sly, who's also in the room, that is a natural wine study for Black, Indigenous, and people of color in the United States and Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Jurka. And then we go to Alice, who I think is in New York.
I am in New York. I live in New York. I'm a wine writer. I've been focusing on natural wine from probably about the year 2000. Written about 7 books. New one will drop next, well, 2022. And I became interested in hybrids probably around 2004 when 2006, when I visited Texas, and I'm trying to remember exactly which year, and had Cruz de Camal's Black Spanish, otherwise known as Lenoir or Jacquet. And I'm like, why are you growing anything else? And I had no idea what it was. And I had no idea it was a hybrid or naturally occurring hybrid. And he was growing Merlot and all this other stuff that was impossible to grow. And he was going to rip out the Black Spanish. And now he's pretty much making mostly Black Spanish. And then I met Deirdre, who just solidified it all. that treated well in the vineyard, given respect, they can really, be great, great loud piece or mouthpieces for terroir. So that's right.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Alice. Agnes, do you want to do another, basically second introduction? You need to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Agnes. I'm from Slovakia, from Slobodné Winery, southwest of Slovakia, close to Hungary and Austria. Hi, everybody. Thank you.
So quickly before we move on to the questions, so we cannot use the term viticultural racism. As Jurka was saying very nicely, that's about people and not plants. So let's not take that importance of a term away from it. It's just
Sorry, Jess, can I just say something to that? It is important that we use this term for what it is, but actually in when it was in the 30s, it actually in Germany it was forbidden to do the crossings, because the reason was to not bring the American blood. It was written like that into the Vitis vinifera, and I think that is still sometimes in our minds when we think like, okay, it has to be Vitis vinifera to be of good quality, or that we can make good wine of it.
Fair enough. This conversation is going different, to be honest, than I have planned for it. And we have lost Valentin. Is Valentin still there? I stepped out. Okay, cool. Maybe. Oh, great. I don't know what to do right now.
I think it's just important to understand that American isn't a race. And like Jazz just said so eloquently, racism is about people, not plants. So we just have to find better terms to all understand each other and not take away from what racism truly is. Thank you for everyone who's understanding that in the room. And let's talk about hybrids. Yes?
Yes, let's talk about hybrids. Valentina's dropped out and I don't know what to do. So I think everyone has a bit of a crush on take a little break for 5 minutes, and then we will start with the questions because I want to smoke a cigarette as well. Is that okay for everyone? I'll give Valentin a quick call and see if he's still down. Perfect. Cool. So we'll start at just after 10 o'clock CET time again. Perfect.
Ja, das muss ich auch machen.
Eigentlich sollte jetzt wieder drinnen sein. Lustig und nochmal rein versuchen.
Der ist schon erleuchtet. 3%, das hast du vergessen, das kommt nicht.
Machen wir nochmal drin. Machen wir nochmal verlassen und dann gehen wir weiter.
We're just having a quick break here. Valentin, 5 minutes, then we'll be back.
Okay.
You get that? Yeah.
Bist wieder drinnen? Ja, jetzt ist er gegangen. Jetzt hat er ja gerade geschwätzt mit. 5 Minuten sind sie zu.
Ja, aber jetzt sehe ich da nicht.
Ja, wie sie jetzt weg sind. Das sind 5 Minuten zu sind.
Valentin.
Jo.
Hallo. Hoi.
Jo.
So, erinnerst du dich noch an meinen Vater?
Ja, ja, genau. Ja, ja, die Delegation aus Österreich, genau.
Aus Südtirol. Aus Südtirol.
Ja, ja, Südtirol, genau, ja. Stimmt. So. Wir hatten es doch noch von Gewürztraminer. Habe ich nicht noch irgendeine Gewürztraminer-Sorte da ausgegraben?
weiß ich jetzt nicht mehr, was das sein könnte. Für
Ja.
uns in Südtirol.
Ich glaube, das war irgendwie, ging es noch um Gewürztraminer-Kreuzungen.
Ja, genau, die FR 5064.
Kann sein,
Ja,
ja.
heißt Freiburg, FR.
Ja, das war Freiburg, ja. Aber ich hatte da auch noch irgendetwas, was auch schon lange her.
Würde ich gerne mal besuchen. Wir telefonieren mal.
Kommst du mal vorbei? Einfach das Problem gucken, dass ich dann auch da bin.
Mit der Terminvereinbarung machen wir gerne.
Ja, weil ich bin doch ziemlich viel unterwegs, jetzt da in Spanien, Frankreich und vielleicht jetzt wieder nach Neuseeland.
Okay. Mhm. Mhm.
Ja. Also bei mir ist vorher die Verbindung rausgefallen, das gibt es halt bei uns.
Ah, warst du deshalb weg, ja.
Ja, das gestorben, genau. Aber jetzt geht's wieder. Wir haben jetzt umgeschaltet auf etwas anderes.
Oh, okay, so I think we can slowly get back to it if people are coming back. Yeah, and Todd is back, basically. Alice was first with a question, actually, and then Todd was in line for a question.
Alice had to sign off. She posted to the chat.
Ah, okay, cool. I can go. Okay, so then we go to Todd.
So yeah, Valentine, I noticed in looking through kind of the history of your releases that a lot of them had this resistance partner listed as one of the 2 grapes for the parentage. And I was wondering, is that just a shorthand for one of your non-named numbered varieties, or is there a specific variety that is a resistance partner?
Well, I don't want to write down all my resistance partner. At the time, as I said, mostly were the French hybrids, but the tendency in grape breeding is what works nice, everybody does again, which is no research at the end. So I sometimes force people to find their own way. If everybody does the same, we had that problem 50 years ago when the best results at the time came out with Villard Blanc, or mostly Villard Blanc. And everybody did the same crosses and running in the same problem. And that was not very helpful at the end for the whole grape breeding. Today, it's more or less the same. RPV 10 works quite nice. Mostly is the Freiburg varieties. So doing breeding with Solaris and Bronner, everybody does so. There's some nice things coming out, but if the whole world does so, the fungi has a big laugh, it's not helpful for the whole thing. And somehow everybody as a breeder has to find some new things. Okay, producing a new variety is the aim, but research has to be part of the thing. And I rather have the tendency to go rather towards research and forget bringing out varieties. Of course, I could bring out a new variety every year. Okay, it's quite expensive to bring a new variety on the market, but I rather want to do it right and not just filling the market with all sorts of new varieties, which at the end the world doesn't need. And as I said, if everybody does the same, there is no research. And that's part of the whole thing, finding some new ways, finding some new genetic, and that should be part of the way. So if I say how I did, it's not very helpful if everybody does the same. Here we are.
It's basically mind your own business breeding partner.
Yes, well, at the end, it's also the interesting thing to look into it, trying to understand. It's so complicated. And if you just, as I said, Solaris, buy whatever, and there's something coming out which has a certain resistance, it has some genes to Oidium and Peronospora, fair enough, but it will be never a new thing which could be the future. So we shouldn't be staying where we should go further. So leave it open for everybody.
Okay. Then if there are direct questions from one of the panelists more, you can raise a hand now if you want to. Yeah, we go to, I saw Thomas first, and then we go Christina, and then we go to Piri.
Valentin, I would like to ask you what you have a very long experience. What's your experience with the quality of the wine, with the aging process of the wine, and yes, the quality in generally, and the deepness of the wines of PV varieties?
Well, a lot of people say that PV varieties don't have the deepness, as you call it. Well, you know, most of the wines which are on the market are from young plants, trying to be pushed as quick as possible because you want to have a result. And then they're compared with wines which are 50 years in the trunks like that, and that is totally different. You should not compare old vineyard with a young vineyard, but there's no old ones in terms of new varieties. So it's a bit tricky. We see now that older wines, and we have meanwhile wines which are already 20 years old, Cabernet Sauvignon or Cabernet Jura, and others, they lose that hole in the middle. They get much better as coming out of young wines. That is one thing which is important. Should not compare things which we shouldn't compare. So what was the second question you asked at the same time? Thomas.
No, was only this question, and I made the same experience like you. We have now varieties, vineyards more than 20 years old, and but just over 10 years we see the long life or the maturity of the wine, and the character is it's very complex and with a big deepness, and with a character similar or better also than the Vitis vinifera, the classical grapes.
Yes, okay. We see if we try wines we made first years ago, we always put them beside and see how they perform later. And Sauvignac performs very nicely. 10 years later, it goes into, depending on the yeast, if you age it with or ferment it with Riesling yeast, it really goes Riesling character. And if you age or ferment it with Sauvignon Blanc, it comes out very quickly, but it loses. So depending on what you're forcing with the yeast, you get longer lasting wines and less lasting wines, or losing the primary fruit. And then what comes afterwards, the secondary fruit, is quite important. And but in general, Sauvignon Blanc, Cabernet Blanc is very much aged very good, better than Sauvignon Blanc, which goes into asparagus water very quickly. We don't have that problem on Cabernet Blanc, which is very helpful. And as I said, Sauvignac ages very nicely as well, but you have to have a certain residual sugar, otherwise wines lose in any case. But that's with all varieties. Residual sugar helps. Riesling Auslese gets much older than dry, bone dry, and doesn't keep that long, but that's a well-known fact.
Thank you, Valentin, and thank you, Thomas. And then we go to Christina.
Hello. It's going to be a bit of a complicated and long question, but I'll try and keep it succinct. I was wondering about the vinifera side of the parentage of Piwis and hybrids and so on. They seem to almost always have been created with vinifera from the Prolis occidentalis group, so that's French, German, Spanish varieties. But when we think back on the beginnings of vinifera and the Fertile Crescent, and how that then developed into different families, I guess you could say, of vinifera, why haven't more crosses been done with the Prolis pontica, so the Georgian Greek side, and also crucially the Prolis orientalis side? So when you think about Iran, Afghanistan, Iraq, Azerbaijan, and so on. My reason for asking this is because I think that also leads into the whole table grape debate and discussion, whereby certain vinifera varieties are deemed to be table grape worthy, but not necessarily wine worthy. But maybe that's because no one's ever tried. I say this because a friend of mine is from Iraqi Kurdistan, and his dad made wine from a grape variety called Rashmari, which is vinifera, but no one's ever heard of it because it's been grown in Iraq, where traditionally wine has not been produced. And if we were to create hybrids or crosses with varieties from such a different segment of vinifera, might they not have their own resistance to some of the diseases that are more present in Europe? Does that make sense?
Actually, it's, as you mentioned, European varieties from France and Italy. Those are mostly, they came in with the Romans, but the Spanish varieties very much looks like they came a totally different way. They came by boat, maybe by the Phoenicians or God knows, but they do have a different genetic, they look different. And if we check the vineyards in Georgia, you may find all the basic what's in all over Europe. You may find some similarities in habitus, in flavor. It looks like that a lot comes from this part of the world. But on the other hand, I mentioned that Kishmish Vatkana, which is also a vinifera variety, which has a resistant genetic for powdery. The quality is not very good. And it doesn't mean that vinifera is top quality, not at all. And we shouldn't focus too much on it's getting a bit racist in this case, and we should avoid that. At the end, it's the quality, and you may get some really nice quality out of genetic purely from America, and even the Asiatic Amurensis type of thing, and God knows what else there is. We are too much focused on vinifera. That is just part, but I mentioned before that if you try a vinifera, wild vinifera from God knows, we had some French ones, they were disgusting. We found some, we were trying some wild ones from the Pyrenees. There are some valleys where still some wild vinifera grapes grow, but they're absolutely disgusting. So even introducing them in a breeding program, they have no resistance whatsoever. It's a big step backward. You rather go with Estivalis Cynthiana, for example, that is already making a very nice wine on its own, and the offsprings are looking very good, good cluster, good resistance whatsoever. So we should rather focus on quality, on whatsoever, and not just on vinifera, which has nothing to do with quality. I don't want to be nasty, but it goes in this direction.
Okay, perfect. And then we will go to Piri, I think, was next with a question.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I have a question that like from my perspective at looking at Piwis is that well, like I try to farm the land in an extensive way, and so Piwis of course totally play into our cards if we try to do so. So this totally makes sense because of all the benefits. But I also, now that let's say like all these awesome benefits are so amazing that suddenly taught in New York, we here in Germany, Austria, Hungary, Sweden, now we all now suddenly plant the same Piwis. So I wonder, how can we still maintain like local specialties, or how can we or is it then still going to take another, I don't know how many years for the grape to show each area again? Like how do we deal with that?
The problem I mentioned before is the paperwork. I can make varieties for every region, having those genitors which are easy to make offsprings with the vinifera. So if we make for each region, oh, now maybe it's falling out again. Do you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you were cutting out. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That would be quite easy to make varieties for each region, but who pays it? To bring out a new variety costs $100,000. Only the paperwork to get them into the OEV system. And now, if I make a variety for each region, that costs zillions just for paperwork. So at the end, that's the, if a variety is in the list of European grape varieties, then you're allowed to plant it. Get there. That's the thing. That's expensive. That's complicated. It takes 20 years. And then, of course, everybody does just that one because it's on the market. That's in France. You have certain plants which are allowed and not the others. So you're forced to plant these ones. And even if they come from the government research station, of course, they're forced by the government or by the whatever. If they're not the best ones, that's the ones you get. And some regions, they don't want to have them, so they only allow the very bad ones. Oh, you can plant them. You can plant hybrids or varieties, but who wants them? Because they're just no good. And the good ones, we cannot bring in new ones every fortnight. So you have someone, you live with them. You can't because they're no good. And there is always some politics to, and of course, that's a big competition to the existing wine world. At the moment in Switzerland, people are looking for wine which has no residues. Try to make it with a Pinot Noir. And we are at the moment going to make a label residue free, no chemicals. You can do it with Pinot Noir if you get there. You won't. But of course,
but then thinking, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry.
Then you have the problem that everybody is nasty with you because you are competition to their existing varieties. And they're not saying, okay, that's a good idea, we do so. They want to sell their chasla or God knows what they have and what they promoted over the last 50 years. The whole promotion is based on Coca-Cola in this case. It sells, everybody knows it, and we're not going to change it. So to break that, you cannot break that ice because it's too expensive to make variety for each region. Also, it would be easy to do so, and it's not going to. It finally ends up, and that is a catastrophe, if you get, let's say, the varieties I showed you on the list at the beginning. They are on the German list or Swiss list. We are more liberal in Switzerland. You can plant whatever, but you don't get the appellation. They invented a new frontier. You can plant it, but you don't get the appellation. If you're not in the appellation, you don't have all the benefits for, they're gone. So the breaks are always much bigger than the openness to something new. Whereas, I mean, it would be cheaper. It is friendlier for the environment. The consumer wants it. There is no downside on the whole thing. It's just the bureaucracy which is the downside. And now in Switzerland, we are voting for agriculture, no chemicals at all. And then you're forced to find something new. Otherwise, it just carries on like it is. And let's face it, agriculture is an absolute catastrophe at the moment. It only works with a lot of machines, a lot of fertilizer, a lot of energy. Today, we burn, if we produce 1 calorie, we burn 2 calories. 150 years ago, it was 1 calorie produced 7 calories. And they talk about that's feeding the world. That is creating a bit catastrophe. So I don't understand how people cannot make calculations. Exactly the same with our varieties, which are very expensive, falling out as well. Do you hear me? Okay. Yes. We are creating a catastrophe in agriculture in general, not only in viticulture, where it is already a problem. Even if you plant resistant varieties, there's so much residues in the ground that you don't get the residue-free wine. So finally, you even have to say, stop growing grapes in a grape area because they're so polluted, the ground is so polluted. Actually, in Switzerland, the ground in vineyard would be considered as polluted ground. You're not allowed to take it out of the vineyard and put it somewhere else. The world is absolutely mad. And maybe even one day that if people want to have residue-free wine, all new regions are on the market, but all the old ones are not being sold because they cannot produce what the consumer wants. So talking about vinifera and the name and the quality and the terroir and whatsoever is somehow obsolete because if people realize what they drink, maybe they don't want to drink it anymore. And of course, that's why you don't want to make too much fuss. And even inside your winery yourself, you're not going to say, oh, you know, this variety I don't have to spray. So they say, yeah, how about the other ones? I have to spray them every Monday. Do you want to do that as a promotion tour on your own winery? You don't. So even keeping it short on information, which at the end is no need. I mean, it's for yourself. If you have a vineyard where you don't have to spray that much, where you don't have to burn that much petrol, where you have an easier life, actually, instead of spending a lot of work in the vineyard, you can spend the work in the cellar and selling wine and explaining people what you're doing. And also the explaining how you have to put yourself away from competition. So what are the stories? Oh, I have my vineyard. I turn the leaves into the sun. Nobody else does. Blah, blah, blah. The Italian says, non è vero, ben trovato. If it's not true, it's still a good story. Everybody invents a good story, but it's a load of blah, blah, blah. And it would be so easy to put yourself away from the competition by saying, this is a way to produce grape, which is environmentally friendly and also people friendly. I mean, at the end, the vineyard is happy, the vineyard workers are happy because they're not thinking of all sorts of chemicals at the end of the day, and the winemaker is happy because it's much easier to make wine of non-sprayed grapes, and everybody is happy, the consumer is happy, you are happy. So there is no downside on new resistant varieties, but the downside is of how to promote, how to explain, and even you have the problem, I see. Then you come up with all the old variety. Let's face it, Silvaner. I hate that stuff. It has no flavor. It has no acidity. It's just dreadful. A variety like that, I would just chuck away and not talk about anymore. And here they go, oh, we have Silvaner and blah, blah, blah. Again, trying to invent a story. There are much better varieties, new varieties, than a lot of old ones. And a lot of very nasty ones, which they get diseased first. They rot like hell. Okay, I say another name, Portuguese. And it doesn't even make color, and it doesn't even taste nice. It's just rubbish, let's face it. Replace Portuguese with whatever. It's better. So how can you hold on to something which is absolutely obsolete? Okay, well, fair enough. I can carry on like that for hours, but next question.
Okay, next question comes, that was great, Valentin. The next question comes from Jamie. He's next in line. After Jamie, there's Icy, just as a quick.
Yeah.
And Jamie, you're on mute.
Hello. Yes, Valentin, interesting. I may disagree about Silvaner, because actually what I find in Alsace is that no one's planted Silvaner for the last 50 years. So it's all old vine stuff in Alsace. And so it's kind of, there's some really cool things happening there. Once a vine gets old, it kind of gets interesting. But my question was something different, which was that really, so a lot of the natural guys now, well, not a lot, but a few are planting vines from seeds. So they're taking, and I know Christina's written about this quite a bit, is all the people like who've taken vines and taken seeds and planted them.
There's
and now my understanding was
big article on Little Wine about this, if anyone is keen to see more.
So you should really, Christina's written a really cool article, but I'm curious to just I know this is not about hybrids and other things, but it's about breeding grape varieties, in the sense that my understanding was that once a vine had sex, you had a new variety. And the side question would be, well, how come we think that Pinot Noir, Pinot Gris, Pinot Blanc, and Pinot Meunier, how do we consider them to be different varieties? By any sensible definition of variety, those are just clones of the same variety, because the vine didn't have sex. It was just somatic mutations, and especially with color mutations, there's some interesting things with the genetics of the skins, but that's a side question. The main question was, if a natural wine producer came to you and thought they were going to, they'd taken, say, like Serene or some, Syrah from the Northern Rhone, they were going to plant some seeds, and wouldn't each of those seeds that were planted produce new varieties because of the way that the grapevine is very highly heterozygous? So once you start having sex with itself, it's going to make very different varieties. And you were saying about the number of what was it, you said it takes like 30 to 40,000 different seedlings to produce an interesting variety.
Yes, well,
so in some sense, the chances are stacked against these guys when they start planting a few seeds. It's almost inevitably going to end in failure, presumably.
Yes, it will. But how can I explain somebody who is convinced? He has to find out himself. But there is a logic. First of all, the roots are not phylloxera resistant. They will be eaten by phylloxera sooner or later, and then the problem is solved. And then the next thing is, if it is a self-pollinated seed, there is an inbreed depression, which is sometimes just getting dwarfs or no fruit at all. I mean, even by doing breeding, you have to find good partners, as I said. If you do not even look for partners, if you do inbreed, the chance of making a complete failure is nearly 100%, which is logic, that is nature. Plant has to change genetic. That's why God invented sex. And changing genetic means that you have different partners. If you just take seedlings out of a grape, the chances are quite big that it is self-pollinated, because usually in nature there was that FF, or a female plant and a male plant, and they were not self-pollinating. There was always a pollination from another plant, and we selected only the ones which are a flower which is perfect, which can pollinate itself. But offspring of these ones are absolutely nonsense. They have no new genetic. They just have an inbreed depression, which is no good. Okay, you can make inbreed for making a classic hybridization, which is you make inbreed lines, and the ones which survive, they have the best genetic, because all the ones which have bad genetic, they're dead. And if you breed with the last plant before it definitely dies, you do it in maize, and that's the classic hybridization. Then you get the heterosis effect, and you get the super duper plant, which all the same genetic, they all look the same. And but if you make offsprings of these ones, you back into the total. You get the maize plant, which is 3 meters. The other one is only like grass with 15 stems, and one has 15 cobs, and the other one not at all. Absolute disaster. So the hybrid lines is cleaning the genetic in terms of the offsprings all have the same genetic afterwards, but only the first generation. And that is quite useful to make hybrid inbreed lines and cross them, or far apart Vitis amorensis with Vitis vinifera. That gives some sort of a heterosis effect, which is lost in the next generation. So you have to consider all this, and it's ever so complicated. And I want to explain it, takes another 3 days. And planting seeds and believe that it's something coming out, impossible. Just by the math, it doesn't work as simple as that. 1 out of 15,000 millions keeps you busy. So you rather think what you're doing, and you're doing it right, and then you get it quite easily. But that is law of nature, and if you understand law of nature, you can follow orders and do what nature has in its mind. I mean, it's like Pinot Noir, 500-year-old genetic. We have a plant in the vineyard which is the same genetic for 500 years. Well, the whole environment likes it. It's the cake every year growing out in the vineyard. Everybody, all the fungi, everything likes it because they know it. There's no new genetic which a fungi has to adapt all the time, which is evolution. And evolution is always going forward. So even if I bring out a new variety, which is fantastic now, there will be change in that genetic necessary in the future. So breeding is always going on, has to go on all the time. And I'm just in that part. I can do a new variety, but afterwards, in 25 years, you better do the next one. what we can do, the flavor of Cabernet Sauvignon is quite persistent. If you make Cabernet Sauvignon crosses, they all hardly can get rid of the flavor. The same with Gewürztraminer. They all have the pink color. They all have, it's very persistent. Now, fair enough. All the offsprings of that Cabernet line or Gewürztraminer line are, name it, Cabernet Cortis, Cabernet Carol, Cabernet whatsoever. So people know it's the flavor of Cabernet Sauvignon, which is not a bad idea. Which it should be done. In table grapes, it's much easier. You have green, pink, and blue. The varieties change all the time. You don't know, just buy some blue ones. But there's always the new generation of the next new breed, which is easier to grow, which gives a better result in terms of finances. And in all agriculture crop, that's done like this, but not in viticulture, because our marketing is standard Coca-Cola. You shouldn't change the name of a winning horse or change the horse of a winning whatsoever. I mean, which is totally wrong. It's against nature. Life is not meant to be easy.
Okay, it definitely isn't. So then the next, yeah, we have to go to Icy. Icy is collecting questions from the live chat. Yeah, so many questions there.
Can I ask questions of my own questions or the questions from the live chat? Because there were quite several. There were a lot of questions from the chat.
Let's start maybe with the chat one, because I see maybe they may be older or like what previously asked. I don't know. Go with what was first.
Well, we could maybe start with one of the questions from the chat, which kind of is combined with mine, which is Piwi the German idea of a hybrid? Would common Northeast American hybrids like, I don't know if I'm pronouncing these correct, but Foch, Brianna, Vidal Blanc, Frontenac, etc. qualify as a Piwi? And my subsequent add-on question to that is it true that Piwis need to have a minimum of 85% vinifera in their genome? Yeah, that's one of them.
Well, the amount of vinifera is just for the law that you can plant them as not a hybrid. And that's just the paperwork. At the end, there are some, let's say again, wild varieties like Norton, Cynthiana, well, it's Cynthiana, the Vitis estivalis, which makes a very nice wine, which is not a hybrid. It's a pure wild variety, which is not a hybrid. The word hybrid is misused in any case. If you make crosses of far apart genetic, it's called a hybrid. But in this case, a lot of a Müller-Thurgau would be a hybrid, or you just accept that if you can breed them, if they're just like Asian people, African people, and European people, and that they are just human. Okay, it's at the end, it's racist, and the whole story is just racist. If it's nice to drink, if it makes a nice wine, what's the problem? Where does it come from? Everything is racist if you start to say this one is better than the other one. At the end, it just comes down, makes it a nice wine or doesn't. There's some viniferas which make a very nasty wine, as I mentioned several times. So how come that always the question arises into that stupid hybrid, and Piwi is a pilzwiderstandsfähig, a disease-resistant variety. How far that disease-resistant goes is not defined, because again, we don't want to make this one is a better one than that one. you have to decide what you want, a very disease-resistant variety or a good variety which is not so disease-resistant, whatever. That's your choice. But if there's some disease-resistant present, it's called a PV. But it's not very clear defined, of course. I would say if it's disease-resistant, it should be really disease-resistant. For example, I showed that list at the beginning. Rondo is disease-resistant. It has only RPV10. It had no resistance against powdery. And it gets powdery like hell. First one who gets powdery. Now, is it disease-resistant? For downy mildew, yes, but not for... but it has some disease resistance, so it is disease-resistant variety. But the information should be given by the breeder, what to expect, how far you can go, and how you should treat the plant in terms of disease protection, because it is not disease resistant enough against this and this and this. Or even you may have very good disease resistance to powdery and downy, and then it gets black rot. So where are you? Back to the sprayer. But in a region where you don't have black rot, it works. So regional varieties should be in any case the way to go. But there again, all the paperwork, much too complicated. In this case, every region should say, we, for our region, we sit together and even we ask a research station to make a variety out of our local, God knows, variety, introduce some of the genes which make them more resistant and go from there and do the paperwork themselves and put them into the appellation system and not trying to put them out. But sooner or later people will understand. But at the moment, difficult to understand. Most of the time, that's what I do. I answer questions like yours, which is not the question of disease-resistant variety, it's just the paperwork varieties or paperwork questions. What is it and why is this not? And it's very simple. A new variety should be disease-resistant, name it whatever you like, but that's the basic of whatever it should be.
I'm going to quickly jump in there. I just want that when we talk about plants, we don't use the term racism. It has been upsetting some people, and we're talking about plants, and racism is for people. So we can just find different comparisons. Maybe that would be cool. And then we go back to Icy. You've got more questions, right?
Yeah, yes. So one of them also is, could you explain why phylloxera resistance is not a priority of research? You touched upon graft being enough of a solution, but affinities between rootstocks, with their own regenerative problem today, and the grafted vine and the graft itself, with necrosis, ESTA, and other wood diseases are, causing problems in vineyards. And seems, it poses a lot of problems. So do you have any comments on that?
There again, more targets you're aiming for. It's another 10,000 seedlings. So if you have the disease resistance to downy and powdery, that keeps you already rather busy. If you want to have the root resistance to phylloxera, it keeps you, again, it's always exponential. You can ask so many profiles that you never get there. So at the moment, we have a very good solution for the phylloxera. If you want to change this, it makes it so complicated, you will never have a new variety which is disease resistant, and you can work on it, fair enough. But the main problem is that we have to spray the leaves so many times that the problem of grafting it is minute, small. On top of that, having a root which is resistant to phylloxera maybe is not working in alkaline soil. Bingo, it's not for you. The next one, humid, too humid, it's not for you. The next one, too dry, it's not for you. So you limit yourself to so much that never in the next 200 years you will get there. And it's so easy. You just have a variety which grows too big. For example, Cabernet Blanc, it grows like mad, which is fantastic because you don't have to work the ground too much for making it grow. You don't have to fertilize it too much to make it grow because it grows by itself. And if you want to have it smaller, you graft it on a rootstock which is weak growing, 3309, and bingo, it works. Or a variety which doesn't grow very quickly, 5PB, and it grows like mad. 5PB, you can have it in a totally green vineyard. It is so helpful, the rootstock, that the question of replacing rootstock by something by its own roots is too far-fetched to be an option. As simple as that.
Okay, I see. And you have only a few questions, right?
Yeah, let's maybe I'll just ask some of the questions and then go back to some of the panelists. Are there any intra-varietal diversity in these new Piwis? That is, are there multiple clones of Cabernet Blanc, for example, or just one clone available?
Well, at the moment, there's only one clone. Because, as I said, maybe it's easier to select a variety, a good variety, as it is coming from the breeding, and work with it for a certain time. And then you bring out the next generation, which repairs genetically the problem. Clones are, you change the genetic by losing genes. Usually it's the dominant gene which falls out, so the recessive genes show up, which is minute. If you see, oh, there is a problem, you can genetically, by breeding, modify the damn thing very easily to solve the problem, because you can introduce new genes, more genes, the right genes, and not waiting that something is changing by losing. Losing genetic is somehow, says it, you're on the losing side. And if you do the next generation just by repairing it, by breeding, you're on the winning side. And see, mankind only got that far by selecting always the best plant for using for mankind. The wild apples, they are small and no good. And here we are, we have fantastic apples. Every crop is changed by only selecting the best ones for our purpose. And that's how we got dominant on the planet. So just carry on what works and not by going backwards. Very simple. So mankind has the only chance to survive on that planet by going with the flow, with the evolution, and select what is best for you. Very simple. And by breeding, you can even help the direction.
I think we
Next
can have
question.
some of the panelists ask their questions.
We have next in line Agnes.
Okay. So far, we have not planted any Piwis, but I strongly consider to do so in our upcoming plantings. But until then, I have been thinking about the one thing for some time and would like to ask about your opinion, Valentine. So every year we plant some wines to supplement missing wines in our vineyard. This year, for example, I'm going to plant about 700 vines in the 1.7 hectares of Riesling vineyard. And sometimes it's one plant, sometimes 2, even 3 in a row. And my thought or my question is, in biodynamic agriculture, we know and we work with a thing called biocorridors, places within the or around the vineyard that are not vineyard, like some fruit trees or whatever. They expand biodiversity. They work as a natural shelter for various animals and pests, but also as some kind of zones that serve to prevent the spread of diseases. And the question is, could the Piwis or resistant varieties that I would plant in the Vitis vinifera vineyard function as some kind of small biocorridors to prevent the spread of fungal diseases and thus help the overall resilience of this vineyard? Or would the resistance of these varieties suffer from the pressure of a disease and actually decrease its level of resistance? In worst case, reach the level of other Vitis vinifera in the vineyard. And what do you think about, in general, combining Vitis vinifera and resistant varieties in one vineyard? For example, to plant the Donauer Riesling into the Rhine Riesling vineyard.
Well, you more or less answered the question yourself. If you have Riesling in between a resistant variety, the Riesling gets diseased, then you have to spray the whole thing. You spray your resistant varieties as much as. If you don't do so, the disease pressure will be so big that the fungi has the chance to reach that mutation amount of spores that you create. In this case, out of the zillions of spore you produce in the Riesling, a spore which are able to live on the what did you say, Donau Riesling. And Donau Riesling is only having that RPV31, which is known to be lost very quickly. So if you want to blow the Donau Riesling resistancy, that's the way to do. Actually, you should really, you can have a mixed plantation, but always in rows. So you can look after a particular row. Also, if it's early ripening and it starts rotting, you have to pick it out. If you have it dispersed in the whole vineyard, you have to run around and look where the plants are. So mixed plantation, yes, but always in rows. So you can take out the ones which are, and even if you replace them easier. You create a big problem by having a mixed plantation. For the fungi, give the chance for the mutation, and for the Riesling who is maybe not sprayed enough, or the resistant variety which is sprayed too much if you spray enough, as you have to do for the Riesling. So it's very simple. It's a bad idea, simple as that.
Okay, so it won't like block the spreading of the disease in a way.
Well, if you don't spray, if you spray enough for the Donau Riesling, it's not enough for the Rhine Riesling. If you spray enough for the Rhine Riesling, you spray the Donau Riesling for nothing. If you have a row of Donau Riesling in between, you can say, okay, I spray left and right, and this row I leave. I only spray it once or twice. And if there is something going wrong with the Donau Riesling, you can still work it, and but you can handle it. If it's everywhere, you can't handle it. And every variety has a special handling, that's for sure, even for the harvest. A row you can harvest, but you have to, if you have them everywhere, keeps you busy.
Okay, and I have a second quick question. If there are any experiences or researches about the relationship between the Piwis varieties and the particular soil type or the particular terroir? I mean, can we say that some varieties are more suitable for any particular terroir, or I don't know, North America, Italy, Hungary, Slovakia, whatever?
Well, soil type, as I mentioned before, the rootstock choice is the first thing. And then you cannot expect to have the same wine from the same variety all over the world, as we see with Sauvignon Blanc, which made totally different wine in New Zealand than it does in, let's say, in the Rhine Valley. You can even plant it in a pot, put the pot in New Zealand, and it goes grassy green like hell and makes a New Zealand wine. You put the pot in the Rhine Valley, and it makes a totally different wine. That is called terroir, which is not only the soil in the pot, it's the environment, which means the heat and the cold, day and night, the humidity, a lot of factors are, but that is the interesting thing, that in a particular region you can make a particular type of wine. Like the Riesling in the Mosel is totally different than the Riesling from Australia. Very different, which is to a certain extent nice. Gives some sort of local touch to it, and not a bad idea. Nice, as some prefer this, some prefer that. At the moment, more or less the only way to put yourself away from the competition, because we're so limited in the possibilities of flavors through to the restricted choice of varieties, that the only thing is a bit of a difference from the terroir, from the situation influencing the wine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Agnes. Jasmine stepped out for a minute. Well, she's back now, but it is my question time. I just want to say thank you, Valentine, for what you have been doing, you and your colleagues, for breeding these amazing varieties, because coming from South Africa, where there is no breeding program at the moment because of the problems of financial restrictions, it's expensive exercise, and it takes a hell of a lot of time and patience, as you said. My question is, it's going to be a little bit of an intro to the question, so just bear with me. I've been working in organic agriculture for 6 years on biodynamic, and I went this way because I wanted to get away from chemicals. And when I started farming, I realized that organic is not the really stepping away from chemicals. I sprayed 6 times more per season, not as incredibly hectic chemicals than you wouldn't be allowed to in conventional, but you're still spraying a hell of a lot of copper and sulfur, for instance. So I started thinking about using microbes in the vineyard and a lot of people that is in the panel was on the last chat as well. I spoke a little bit about it. I wanted to know from your perspective if you have done any sort of, so you've got the resistance of the Piwi that you breed in the genetics. Have you done any sort of trials on bringing in different microbes in the phylosphere and the rhizosphere to try and overcome this 1 or 2 sprays that you have to do per year? Have you done any sort of trials on trying to get away from that 2 sprays that you have to do to maintain the resistance?
The disease resistant reaction has to be triggered in the plant. Usually they don't produce just from nothing chemicals like tannin, which need a lot of energy, as I mentioned before. So the thing is, the plant realizes, oh, there is an attack, and then it starts the defense mechanism. Now you can trigger that defense mechanism by using whatever products, and then the plant is prepared, but using energy for nothing, because if there's no disease. Now, sometimes it's not a bad idea, because if a big infection comes in, it may be too late for the plant to. Sometimes we see that the first infection is making quite some lesions on the plant, and then the plant activates the disease defense, and the second generation of spores are not that problem anymore. And there was the idea of maybe that would be, but difficult now. It opens the door of, I sell you a disease-resistant variety, but you have to spray this product, otherwise it doesn't work. Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
Does Monsanto ring you a bell? I can give you the plant for free, but the product is very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So you're back into dependence of.
Yeah, if I can produce these microbes myself on the farm with compost or with a bioreactor or with whatever that I can do with myself, with my own regional microbes that comes from the forest that's 100 years old or whatever, just to get away from spraying completely. I mean, I think that is the point of having fungus resistance.
But then you spray again. No, I mean, we're trying to make the plants in that combined resistant enough that you don't have to spray
do anything
at all at the end. But we are not that far. And if I say we get there, then people are thinking, oh, I try with Sauvignac, for example. And as long as they don't spray, I'm good, I don't spray. And if the fungus starts to get resistant, then I'm the bad one, you know. Oh, Valentine's variety is bullshit. I have the bad card in any case, you know. So it's rather to explain everybody, look, it's your responsibility to be safe and not create a problem which sooner or later you will create if you don't spray. And okay, you can use, instead of sulfur, baking powder. You won't find it in the wine. Even a certain amount of sulfur you won't find in the wine, because sulfur is a very common product in the plant, especially in protein. There's a lot of sulfur. That's why the egg smells when it goes rotten. That's the sulfur which makes it. Very important. A hectare of barley needs 30 kilos of sulfur as a fertilizer. So it's not all bad. Even copper to a certain extent is important for a plant, but not in that amount we are spraying it in the vineyard. I totally agree. But there are some new products coming up now which are plant-based, which are also quite helpful for powdery, or not for downy mildew. And then you can spray material which is, I mean, baking powder is safe. That's not a nasty chemical. I mean, you even put it in your bakery or so. But until we get there to have a really resistant variety, which we are on the way, we have to tell people that's the way to handle it. And your idea of using compost, or let's face it, downy mildew is an algae. The damn thing is mobile. It's if you spray some algae-based products, the plant goes, oh, there's an algae coming, and starts the defense mechanism. So if you just spray some algae fertilizer, it makes the plant already starting the defense mechanism. There are ways of helping that way, which are not bad. On top of that, with algae sprays, you get some micronutrients on the plant, which are not present in some soils. It's not a bad idea. But I cannot promote whatever product and whatsoever. And I don't want to promote that triggering the plant to activate, because otherwise it ends like you get the plant for free, but you pay for the product.
Fair enough. Thanks, Valentina. That answers my question. Off to Jazz.
Then we go over to Thomas, and I think afterwards, because we're a bit of a smaller group now, we can just open it up a bit more. I would suggest, yeah, but we'll start with Thomas first.
Hello again. So thank you very much. I saw from our side, Valentin, you explained us many things, and I would like to say that we have, I think, the young people, the old people, everybody knows today we have big problems in our world, in general, with our environment. And a few of days ago, I read an article that the agriculture in Europe, or from the agriculture in Europe, 3% it's wine area. And the interesting thing is that 65% of all the fungicides use only the wine growers. They are cultivating 3% from the total amount of the land, but they use 65% of all the fungicides. I would like to repeat that, and that's 68,000 tons each year.
Only in Europe.
Only in Europe, and therefore I'm very happy that you have this big passion 35 years ago with Pierre Basler to invest your energy, your passion, your time, you work in all this way.
Well, I mean, nothing new about those figures you mentioned.
But it's very important also to say that not just the resistance is very important of new varieties, also the quality of new varieties have to be have to be important, because we have no chance to go further if the quality is not good, and that's And another thing that we could add, because the question was before, what about if we get any money from the government or from the European Union for that kind of research that we also do at the farm. We also do our own crossings. And to answer that, I don't know what about you, Valentin, and you have to answer that too. But for us, it's the exact opposite. We are not supported in what we do. We always had to kind of do it on our own. And the people, the wine growers that plant autochthonous varieties or classical varieties, they get support, and they get like I don't know what else to say but support, Förderung. But and we are really doing something for the future, for climate change, to change the way we farm, and we do not get support, but we are more yes. Pressed, gebremst. We get kind of stopped because we are planting varieties that are not allowed. We are planting varieties that, like, we plant the seeds, which is also not allowed. And
the wine industry is dagegen.
yeah, the whole wine industry is basically against what we're doing, because also, of course, we're not using as much pesticides, and also that goes hand in hand with the industry for the pesticides, because we are on our own. We are not we don't depend on these industries, and that is what makes us dangerous in a way, I think.
Well, you know, what you mentioned before, the figures of how many tons of pesticide in the viticulture, nothing new about that. And that's where the common market starts to have a problem. In 10 years' time, you're only allowed to plant or to spray half the amount of what you spray today. How you want to going to do it? Spray your Riesling only half the time, then it's dead. Okay, you can plant a resistant variety. You spray only 10%, so you can spray 90% in the Riesling. So it's more or less, there has to be a way into resistant varieties. Otherwise, you cannot produce classic varieties anymore. But then, if you start to plant resistant varieties, you realize how stupid to plant classic varieties. Because once you start this, you're not going to carry on planting classic varieties, because the amount of work, all the trouble, and then you're responsible for your labor in the vineyard. So if the labor says, I'm getting cancer because of you, so you have to pay for it. So sooner or later, there will be no way to carry on viticulture as we did it before, as we do it now. So there is a way, there has to be a change. And let's face it, that was clear 40 years ago. That's why I started the whole thing. I thought, even if they don't understand it now, sooner or later they will. But you know, that is mankind. You do something wrong for a certain time, and instead of realizing that it is wrong, you carry on doing it wrong, believing that if you carry it on, it's going to be right. And it's still not going to change. And let's face it, in Switzerland, 100 years ago, or let's say 150 years ago, every river had to be in a quick, in a channel, let's put it that way. So the whole Switzerland, all the rivers had to be channeled. So we spent zillions of dollars, of euros, of Swiss francs to canalize whole Switzerland. And what are we doing now? We realized that the whole thing was completely wrong. Now we're going backwards, and we spent zillions to put the rivers in the same situation as they were before. But that is mankind. But sooner or later, they realized that they're doing something wrong. And it was obvious that we cannot carry on viticulture like that. Not only that you kill yourself and your labor, you kill the soil. We spray intensive for not even 100 years. And look at the soil in the vineyard. Carry on another 2,000 years. We plant grapes in Switzerland for 2,000 years. Nothing growing. It will be a desert. So viticulture is killing itself by carry on spraying like mad. So there has to be a change. So it was obvious, and it will be a change. And sooner or later, all the classic viniferas, they will be gone. They will be replaced, as you mentioned, quality. We have varieties which taste like Sauvignon Blanc. Now we're building variety which tastes like Riesling. and they are resistant. So nothing against Riesling. I do like Riesling, but in this case, I'm not going to drink a classic Riesling anymore. I drink my resistant Riesling. So that's the way to go. And as I explained before, by producing those super donors, it's very easy to make offsprings which have the flavor, because always if you do some breeding yourself, you know that if you put resistant onto vinifera, then you maintain the flavor of vinifera. If you do it the other way around, you may maintain the flavor of the model. And so everything is quite easy. You just have to introduce into your vinifera those multiple genes, hopefully homozygous. Then you have it in the offsprings, and then it's very easy to get every variety resistant. And that's the way to go, and that will be the future. And all the discussion about Riesling and what's the quality, and this is better than that and whatsoever, will be gone, because if you cannot see the difference between a Riesling or even, as I mentioned before, a Cabernet Blanc, which I think makes a nicer wine in Germany than the Sauvignon Blanc. I prefer Cabernet Blanc over Sauvignon Blanc. It lasts much longer in the bottle. It is a riper flavor. As the Germans, they say it gets into the yellow ripeness. It loses the green grassiness and it goes into the fruity, tropical fruit flavor and so on. And it's much more stable in the bottle. So at the end, prefer.
This was the reason why I said that it's so important to speak about the quality, because I think you can say that all the old varieties are bad if you don't have something that's quality, the quality is higher than the old, or higher, or at least the same quality as the old varieties. You will never have persons behind you, but I think that it's we are
now it's the time.
It's the time that really the Piwis are good as the old varieties, or better as than the old varieties. That's the most important thing, and we have to share that, and we have to, yes, that's what we are trying to do. And then taste is always, everyone's taste is different by but if many wine growers goes this way and share that Piwis are good, then
that they can make wines that are equally good or even better. Like
exactly. I mean, that was the plan 30 years ago, and we succeeded so far, and nothing stands in our way to carry on like that. And on top of that, you're selling the wine to the consumer, so you can explain it. Very easy. You can explain, look, this is a variety, but look at the flavor. Here we see this and that, and then you put the Silvaner. What do you explain? Oh, it's mineral. What is mineral? If there's no flavor, you call it mineral. Don't want to be nasty, but it goes into this direction, I know. But the client wants to recognize a flavor and memorize. Oh yeah, that's the one. As I mentioned before in New Zealand, making out of beer drinkers connoisseur. We're on the good way. It's nothing dead easy. And what you mentioned about you working against the government and nobody's helping you. Well, that's always, if you're the first, that's the way to go. I mean, they put, I was fined hundreds of thousands of Swiss francs. Ah, you planted something you're not allowed. Now, who says it's not allowed? Well, the law says, based on what? The Swiss basic law, our constitution says you're allowed to do what you want. You're allowed to speak the way you want. You're allowed to make art as you want. And then comes the government and says you're not allowed to. It doesn't fit for the constitution. I said, you can give me that fine, and we go in front of television and you explain yourself. It's not my way to explain something which is not. So all of a sudden it was gone. And in 95, we were free, or 94, we were free to plant whatever, because I said, it's in our constitution, you're against our constitution. And then of course, oh, what can we, we make appellation. And now they make appellation, only the classic varieties are in appellation, and not the varieties from Valentine. Fair enough, now we make an appellation, no residue, which is very bad for the other ones. So you have an appellation, which is appellation d'origine contrôlée, which is poison. That's what it is. That's what's in there, poison. And then you have appellation Valentine, blah, blah, whatsoever, no residue. What does the consumer drink? We have to be careful. I mean, sometimes we replace something bad with something equal bad, as we heard before, that organic Pinot Noir. It's like a flying cow. Have you seen one? Me neither. Organic Pinot Noir doesn't exist because you have to spray it the same amount as with other products. Now, what is, well, I'm going to be very nasty now. What is organic at the end? Everything which exists in nature. Copper exists in nature. Well, so does uranium-235. An atomic bomb is organic. You can go very stupid. It has nothing to do with ecology, which is the base of what should be organic. So at the end, you can say organic wine is either doesn't exist with classic varieties, or the word is wrong. Should be ecological wine. And then it excludes a lot. Then you have to have the ecological balance in the vineyard, which is much too complicated because nobody understands what is ecology. Even our government guys, which are well educated, ecology is not in there. It's written in the book what ecology is, and everybody talks about something else. What is sustainable? Well, that's ecological. There's a lot of sustainable, like bioethanol, made out of corn, which is produced everything else than organic. There's such a lot of wrong things, which at the end, we don't bother. We just show that you can do better. And better is the enemy of normal. So just show what you can do better. And then it goes all by itself. As simple as that. Just carry on to show that you can do better. And you don't even have to talk a lot about. I never did. I mean, have you seen me? I'm very difficult to get. What I'm doing for you is quite special, actually. I'm difficult to find, I'm difficult to get, and I'm difficult to, because I just want to do the work to show how you can do it. And it promotes itself because it's so logic. Bingo, as simple as that. Just carry on.
Super, I think we can, Franz has a question as well. And Christina, we're gonna open up the chat, but Franz, please take the lead. And I think everyone, it's free. Everyone goes.
Valentin, I love your saying and your political strong voice. But one reason why for me, it was always very hard to go with Piwis was exactly that they were too loud for me, too fruity, too loud. Because I think also my customers like wines which come from secondary aromas. So I'm still searching, and I hope you have a guess for me, a variety which would have a good acidity backbone and basically no fruit aroma. So basically a totally neutral white wine variety, and best of all, it would be at least as possible, as resistant as possible.
How boring.
I know, but boring. Valentin, you have to say, you know, the people who like the loud varieties, I always say these are the people who say, like to listen to loud pop music, you know. But if you want something more fine, but I accept that you say it's boring, but I think for me it's interesting. But if you have some suggestion, I would love it.
Well, Sauvignon Gris has a lot of acidity and not much flavor.
That's what I planted. Okay.
Yeah, it's not very resistant either, but you can't have it all.
You can't have it all. Okay.
No, I mean,
okay.
For the Spanish, we make we use the Spanish white varieties, Macabeo, Xarello, Parellada, and they are not very fruity, I have to say. So, okay, I do it, and at the end. You can find some aspect interesting in Macabeo, in Xarello. You can drink it, fair enough. It's easy to drink. You can drink it and drink. It doesn't hurt you, let's put it that way, because it's not loud. And you have to listen to something to go through a long way.
Yes.
Maybe for wine drinking or for selling wine, not a bad idea. Gewürz for me would be the other extreme. You drink a glass and you've seen it. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with like Gewürztraminer or Sauvignon Blanc. My aim was always to make it more quiet. So, and I think with a quiet variety, it's maybe easier to make it a little bit louder. But these Spanish varieties, you're already on the market or not really, or are they able to buy? You worked on?
No, and
no.
Well. It takes the paperwork. The thing is done, okay. But it's the paperwork. And
but coming back to the paperwork, if you plant something, okay, it's illegal. Are we allowed? I have to look in the EU law as a fruit wine. Would it be possible to bottle something as in Austria? We have the term fruit wine. You know, like a wine from apples or wine from because.
There's so many government people around who are just waiting for you to give them work, and they will work on it. I mean, you have to keep them busy, and as soon as you bring something out, something new, there is. Because I mean, look at what happens with Corona at the moment in Germany. Whatever they do is wrong, That's politic, and it's one party against the other. Oh, this one does something bad, and Mr. Spahn had a good idea, but. How can you? And he did it wrong. Absolutely useless. You always.
But they made a law for Noah and Isabella in Austria that they now officially allowed as fruit wine, not as wine. So there is some law for Noah and Isabella, and I was just thinking maybe I can sneak into this law with varieties which are not registered, because I also think I hate paperwork, and I understand your point.
In the south part of Switzerland and in Italy, the Labrascas were planted all over the time. And now they start to make wine. They press it right away, which is a bit slimy, I do agree, but and make a wine which is super fruity with a lot of residual sugar, and they call it fragolino. I mean, fragola is the flavor of the grape, and it sells like mad. Also, the government has told us over nearly a century that it is undrinkable, and it sells like mad. It's just a matter of who to approach. Youngster, a lot of sugar in it. I mean, instead of making Red Bull with alcohol, you may as well just produce Fragolino, straight Labrasca, and go for the full flavor, and market is as it is, full flavor. So at the end, it's not us to explain to the consumer what he has to drink. the consumer has an idea what to drink, and it's like I make an ice wine style, which is not the big market. Oh, no, yeah, I don't like sweet wine. And at the end, they all drink it and they love it against their will. So sometimes you will changes by realizing what it really is. It's not your will, your mind changes. So you cannot restrain yourself on, as you, I rather like not too loud. Some people like it loud. And even maybe you change your idea sooner or later and enjoy. Let's face it, the Riesling has some quite
No. You know why? If I make a loud wine, I have to make a lot, and then I have to grow, and I don't want to grow.
Yeah,
it's not that I don't want to make money, but in the end, it's a reality, you know. Because if I want to make a loud wine, I'm really thinking about Noah and Lambrusco, because this is something I like. It's a easy drinking wine, and then it's totally okay. But if I produce something, I need 100,000 bottles, because then you can do 1 hectare. And this is like where I think, oh no, I don't want to have 100,000 bottles of but that's my personal story, you know. But okay, go further. Thanks, very nice explanation. I love to talk. Thanks.
Okay. Next question.
Christina, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, sure. I have a few. They're kind of related, so I hope that's okay. Rebecca in the comment section asked a really interesting question about Noah. And she said that Noah is still planted in Hungary. I've come across Noah in southwest France, where it was a rootstock, but before that it had been banned in France in the early 1900s. And what I've learned from that was it was because it produced more methanol than ethanol, which means it's obviously dangerous for wine production. But I don't know how that could happen and why. And do you have any more info for us about that?
Well, I mean, that was also politic, that they said hybrids have more nasty whatsoever. Now, look the way they made the wine in small scale, as they did 100 years ago. They banged it in a drum, the whole thing, and all the stems and everything. Now we know that methanol is produced out of woody parts. Now, if you ferment it on the stems, it's quite obvious that there's more methanol coming out, as if you make it in the classic way as we do it today. I mean, today, winemaking has improved so much that you can manage everything, and you can even manage the production of methanol and make a quick fermentation, which only burns the sugar, and not leave it on the skin and on the stalks for God knows how long until you can run your car on it. That's just a matter of, because if you just burn the sugar, it's ethanol coming out. And that's something you can, but that was not the case. It was just to make hybrids bad. I mean, in the 50s in France, there were 200,000 hectares of hybrids because they had no spray after the war, and that was the only thing. And it was productive like hell. And there was too much wine on the market. So at the end, it was all politics. Well, we have to go into high quality wine and back to forbid the hybrids, and God knows and whatsoever, which was somehow stupid. Instead of just managing that, you select the good ones out of that one and you carry on the breeding. Breeding was stopped completely. It was a big step backward. But that is politic. In China, they did a lot of step backwards. They call it a step forward. But finally, after a few dozen million people dead, it was a step backward. But that is politics. Happens all over the world that zillions of people are dead by ideas of the politics. And sorry, it goes into the same direction. Instead of seeing the good thing and working it, carry on working on it and getting better on it, a step back is believed to be a step forward. That's mankind. I mean, what the hell? But that also, the whole thing has just been used as a way to forbid the hybrids.
A scaremongering thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting, because I always wondered whether really it was just the instance where Noah had this one specific property that nothing else had, because obviously some of the early French hybrids, I love Léon Mio, that there are some growers making amazing Léon Mio in New York State, and that's from like early 1900s. But I always wondered whether it's possible for a grape variety, one grape variety, to have this weird methanol, ethanol thing by genetic chance. So I guess it's not possible.
Especially the Kuhlmann hybrids, Léon Mio, Maréchal Foch. Usually we press them right away, and so they don't even go on the skin, and there's nothing. It's only ethanol produced and no methanol at all. But if you do even Cabernet Sauvignon, if you leave it with the stalks and the skins and what, you go into the same problem as Noah. That's just a matter of vinification. It has nothing to do with the plant itself, which is logic. I mean, if you ferment sugar, it's going to be alcohol. Bingo. End of the story.
Yeah.
And just about Noah, in Austria, there are more and more Noah is growing. So it's a big amount of Noah coming up. And just interesting, last year, the average price in Burgenland for a kilo grapes was 30 to 40 cents. And for a kilo of Noah, which produces a big amount, it was €1.50. So the amount what people need Noah in Austria is crazy.
Ah, do you see? If it's loud, it's what people want.
I told you, I know.
So what they are doing with Noah, which kind of wine they make?
It's called Uhudler, and very often they make a frizzante, or now they're starting to make Bettnut out of it, and it fits totally also in the natural wine world. It's loud, easy, acid-driven, or if they harvest early, it has acid, and yeah, it's interesting.
It's like Red Bull with vodka.
And the other question I had as well was, so I tasted Cabernet Jura in Bordeaux with Ducour, and they said that there could be a potential problem in the future with the INAO because of Jura being used in the name, and with AOC laws and appellations and blah, blah, blah. So is that true? Is that a problem that you're having? And if so, can you rename it, or how does that work?
Well, it is a problem, and it's quite logic. I mean, if you sell a wine in Bordeaux with the name of a region in France, which is on the other end of France, people start to worry. Where does it come from, the Jura or from Bordeaux? It is logic. Now, the name, it is born just beside the house here in the Jura. And the other vineyards, they were in another county. And at the time, it was just the Cabernet crosses from this vineyard and Cabernet crosses from the Jura. There was the same crosses were all planted here in the Jura. So it just came by accident that the Cabernet crosses from the Jura Cabernet, and at the end it was the Cabernet Jura. It was just the name which was coming up like that. But of course, it's international. It's not allowed to use a regional name as a varietal name. Logic, and that's right. But that wasn't the plan at the time. And in fact, I made the variety for myself, for my vineyard in the Jura. And fair enough, it fits. Cabernet Jura, that's the variety from the Jura. And that's okay. And it was not meant to be exported everywhere. It's just, then we planted it as if you know how it performs somewhere else, you know how the genetic RPV12 and whatever is in it, how it performs. So it was just more or less as a standard plant to compare, and it wasn't mentioned to or meant to be put on the market in other parts of the world. And even today we have further crosses which have a better resistance to especially powdery mildew. So I wouldn't promote Cabernet Jura in any case. And if somebody wants that flavor, there's a new variety which do a much better job than these ones. So I didn't bother too much about the name, because it's in any case only planted in my part of the world, and the rest of the world, they should choose for something else. We don't want to have, again, the same variety all over the world. So there is enough around to choose something for, but it was just planted as a standard to compare. And Jeremy, he planted to experiment with the quality. And it was also the question of that compound, which was not allowed in the European Union, that color from the hybrids. And it's very low. It's even lower than Cabernet Sauvignon. And it was more or less to prove that Cabernet Sauvignon has more of that than Cabernet Jura, to take the wind of the out of the sails of the people who were against hybrids because of that color compound, blah, 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 ta-ti-ta-ta, and it worked perfectly. We always had better numbers on Cabernet Jura than on Cabernet Sauvignon. So it was more or less a move to flatten the arguments of the politics, which is, again, something which is just politic, but a lot has to do with that, yeah, okay, a lot of officials who want to have their word as well.
It's interesting that you say that it's not as resistant, because he was very, very complimentary of it, in the sense that he's only sprayed that vineyard once versus, I think, his average on the other vineyards between 8 and 12 times. So I think that's a big argument in favor of Cabernet Jura as well, especially the wine that he's making from it is like a kind of carbonic, very, very light, sort of lovely, enjoyable wine. It's not a fine wine, whatever we might deem fine wine to be, but it's like an easy drinking style. And I think there's definitely room for that, and it'll be cool to see more, but it's a shame if people can't plant it because it has Jura in the name.
Yeah, but as I said, there is the next version, which is much more resistant. And even if that one is already good resistant, the next one is even better. So it has a more stable resistance, because we added some supplemental genes and we solved the problem of the powdery mildew. So much better version. So that was just to see what to expect. And the results were very good, I have to say. But the real thing which will be planted is even much better than that, and has no Jura in the name. That's, for example, Sauvignac. Sauvignac, the variety which was also planted at the same vineyard, was a number, was 604. And I said, look, choose the name yourself. And finally, Sauvignac is a village not too far away from Jeremy. A lot of the villages end by AC, Armagnac, Cognac, Sauvignac. And since the variety is a bit Sauvignon Blanc type, that's not a bad idea. And they've chosen, which is not too, if the village opposes against, it could be again, but that will every name you find some opposition. But at the end, the Sauvignac is the name from the Bordeaux region, and that's where it has been more or less put on the market first. It's marketed by Mercier, the big company further up from Bordeaux, and it's a variety for more or less for that part of the world, since the Swiss don't want it, you see.
Thank you. I have one more question, and I won't hog the question box anymore. It's a question that I've asked many people, and I've never got a straight answer, whether it's scientists, winemakers, geneticists, whatever. Is there a possibility that someone might find a variety of vinifera, or that vinifera, if you did a vinifera and vinifera crossing and had a seedling, that there could be a variety that would become phylloxera resistant? Is that possible, or is it just not possible?
Well, it's very unlikely. I mean, they've been planted thousands, zillions of seeds, and even, let's go back to nature. If the birds eat vinifera grapes, which they do by the tons, and they put the seed out in the wild, and they would grow, they would be resistant. I haven't seen one growing anywhere in the world. So the genetic is just not made for. And then again, if it's resistant to phylloxera, doesn't mean that it is resistant to downy, powdery, black rot, botrytis, you name it. It's just not possible. Not in our lifetime. Maybe in a million years, but that's not none of our problems. So you can do it much quicker, much easier by just choosing the genetic which we know that works. And again, graft it, as simple as that.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah, Agnes?
I'd like ask a question, and there is a question from chat I'm interested to. So the question is where we can find a complete list of the different Piwis resistance, the informations about the gens, and ideally with some maybe characters of the varieties.
Well, usually that list I show you at the beginning was published in Deutsche Weinbau, I think it was. Yeah, okay, she knows it. So that's an official list which you can have. I am not the person to talk about varieties from competition, let's put it that way, for other breeders. That's something we just don't do. I mean, I can talk about my varieties, and whatever I say about the varieties from friends is not ask them yourself. And usually what is marketed internationally, or even what is in the European list, there are some information about. And for example, that list I showed you at the beginning, which says a lot. You can see if there is a gene for downy or powdery, and if not, don't expect that it is resistant. And if you have, as I showed you at the beginning, if it has RPV 10 or 12, then you're on the safer side. If it only has RPV 3.1 or 3.2, then don't expect too much. So you can look it up yourself, what it has. But don't expect that any variety which only has RPV 3 or RPV 3.1 or 3.2 is going to be super resistant, including mine. So Pinotine, Cabernet Blanc, they are all the old ones which only have the 3 RPV 3s, and that's about as far as it gets. And that's why we say you have to spray them that amount of time, and you have to be careful, not all said how many times. And if you don't do it, you have the problem yourself. And if you have more genetic, like RPV 10, RPV 12, they're much better against, again, downy mildew. And most of the old ones for powdery, they have Ren 9 and Ren 3, which always goes together. Ren 3 has always Ren 9 as well. So that helps, but it's not 100%. You have a big difference to a classic vinifera, but you still may get at the end of the year some disease. The same with the Kuhlmann hybrids. They're very resistant at the beginning of the year, but at the end of the year, they may be plastered in powdery mildew, which doesn't make a big difference in the quality, but that's how the plant lives together with the disease. The fungi is here to destroy the leaves. If there wouldn't be some leaf destruction, we would be drowning in leaves. So nature has to have the ability to decompose the leftovers, let's put it that way. And that's the first part, the fungi on the leaf. And usually they come in when the plant goes into dormancy in any case. So that's not a big deal. The plant and the fungi lives together. And we have to find that balance and accept it how it is. And bingo, simple as that.
And just about the information that's available on Piwis, how Agnes was asking about the list, for example. So I've been trying to do some research on it for myself, and I find the information incredibly hard to find, because also for me, I think to understand where the resistance comes from is to understand what Vitis is involved, and to find even the information on the different Vitis varieties, I think is so far incredibly hard. But yeah, there was, before this session, I messaged PV International, it's called. And they sent me an article that involved this list that was Valentin was showing at the start. But unfortunately, it's in German. I mean, the list is sort of fairly basic, but the whole article is in German. So I can share it, of course, if people want to see it. It was in a publication in Germany at some point in 2019, I think. And then otherwise, I find it quite difficult to find the information in English. So maybe it's good to contact PV International again. Maybe they have more sort of hidden in the closet that they are happy to give out. And otherwise, I'm trying to work on kind of a list of different varieties, but because I'm just working with the information on the internet, I don't know how accurate it is. So it's, I don't know, it seems like very, secretive when it actually comes to the information about, the heritage of Piwis, basically how they get to be, how they get their strength in certain ways. And then there's a question here as well about black rot. Valentin, do you have, what's the stand on black rot with Piwis?
Well, yes, that's a big question because it's a big problem. It doesn't mean that there is a black rot resistance in the Piwis. There are some very black rot resistant ones, but that run one gene out of Muscadinia makes a lot of problem with black rot. Those have the most black rot, which what you can expect, even more than classic viniferas, which I'm nasty again to say it, but this is the truth. Everybody goes on run one, oh, it makes total resistant against powdery, and it makes total not resistant against black rot. Now I prefer to have powdery because then I can spray baking powder, but black rot, you have to go into nasty chemicals. I mean, that there it gets difficult. Now, again, there is no marker on black rot which works nicely. And there is only, much less information about black rot in the vineyards than it is on the other disease. Because usually if you spray whatever, you suppress black rot. So copper spray helps already quite a lot. But if you don't spray at all, then black rot comes up slowly but steady. And the difficult thing, you can hardly get rid of it because it stays on the berry, they fall to the ground. If you press the berries and you put out the compost, you bring out the spores in the vineyard, it is nasty. Now, I have some varieties which are absolutely clean, but introducing that genetic, not having a marker, means that I have to plant the whole vineyard, which is invested with black rot, and select in there. That's what we are doing now. And difficult thing, but that is a topic which we have to be careful. Now, there is, especially the varieties, the cold resistant varieties, there are some quite nice black rot resistant ones, which I didn't bring on the market due to different reasons. If you use Riparia, you have phylloxera on the leaf quite a lot. And then, phylloxera, which is not a problem at all. But again, the law says you're not allowed to have phylloxera because it may mutate into a lot of blah, blah. And to avoid all these discussions, I just avoided to bring them out. But they exist and they're very nice and they're very black rot resistant, mostly coming out of that cold resistant work I've done together with Peter Hampstead, which means Riparia, Aburensis ones. But they have a good resistance against downy especially. And who wants cold resistant varieties? It's not much in demand, but maybe after a few cold winters. And some of them, they quite often come out of the Cabernet crosses, so they make very nice Cabernet style wine, even in Sweden. So
yeah, send them to Iceland. I'll be cool with them.
Iceland, they're planting trees now, so they keep.
We want cold resistant varieties.
Yeah. Okay.
And I actually have a question.
Yeah.
Because we work with a couple of vineyards and winemakers up here, and some of them, they see that the Piwis fall down, or how to say it, like they see the production has been very good and they've been spraying quite a little, and now after 15 to 20 years, the production goes down. Would you say that is because the generation of the PV, the rootstock, the climate, our climate, cold and wet, or what do you think that is because? It's mainly on Rondo, maybe not as much on Solaris, but the red varieties.
Difficult to say from far away. I mean, I should see the vineyards and see the soil structure and the handling of the soil. I mean, I always say the nastiest disease in the vineyard is the tractor, but it depends. Usually, I mean, the Solaris, for example, is it grows quite strong.
Yeah, so that's also part of the discussion. Maybe the vigorous and the heavy growing is causing the death of the plant earlier than in normal varieties or other PVs or whatever. Is that something you have seen or not at all?
No, but it depends also on the rootstock, on so many possibilities that it is difficult to tell you what it could be from that far away. But,
of course. It was just a more general question. If it was any, if you've seen anything with the Piwis
if they have shorter lifespans, then
no,
nothing to worry about.
No, that's not especially in this case. It would be that heterosis effect, which makes it grow quite nicely, and usually that stays for forever, and difficult to say. I wouldn't just to tell you something, just to tell something if I don't see it.
Thank you. And we also, I actually have a spraying class tomorrow morning, so I have to go to bed. That's,
okay. Very important. I do see the point.
Or only spraying baking soda. We need a 4-day class up here, so I have to go to bed, or we have to go to bed. Love you all, and see you soon. Thank you so much, Valentin.
Okay.
And Jack, especially, and all you others.
Thank you. Hey, what a cutie.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, guys.
Could I ask a question just from the sort of like the other side of things, not just the growing side of things, but from like the marketing side of the world? Because I struggle as somebody who is buying and importing wines, how to sort of promote these wines, because like Valentin was saying, the Fragolina, we need a Fragolina of the Piwi world to get people to try these wines, because my struggle has been that the people who don't care what the grape variety is only want to spend $10 to $15 on their wine. The people who care what the grape variety is, they're willing to spend more money, but they want those familiar names. They want their Cabernet Sauvignon and they want their Sauvignon Blanc. And so from that side of things, like from a marketing side, how do we get more people trying these wines?
So there's two different aspects. So let's say, like when I'm at a wine fair, so when I'm able to stand there directly with a bottle open and you can try it, I never tell people what grape variety is in there before they have actually tasted the wine. I will like, yeah, of course you can try the wine, have a sip. I tell you about it once you had a couple of sips. And then I go into what is actually in it. Because I think whether it's Piwis or it's less popular grape varieties, Merlot is a great example. I fucking hate Merlot, killed the market for Merlot. I think it's best to say, basically, to give them nothing that they can make a prejudgment of. And so then afterwards I tell them, okay, this wine is Cabernet Blanc, and then it usually goes into, what? It's Cabernet Sauvignon. And I'm like, no, it's Cabernet Blanc, Cabernet Franc. So people like to go with what's familiar to them. So yeah. I think when it's in a kind of like, when you have the chance to do it blind, when a tasting is involved, then do it blind and don't say anything till really the judgment in the brain was done. Because any information you give a person about a wine, they will make some kind of judgment out of it, whether it's the region, whether it's the grape variety. Now, when you're in a shop and you don't always have the bottles open to let people taste first, that's another thing. And then I usually go with comparisons. That's how I go. And I give them with Cabernet Blanc, it's similar to Sauvignon Blanc kind of talk, because people like to buy what's familiar most of the times. Because you have
and I found that when I could open the bottles for people, then yes, you can have that discussion and you can sell the wine. But you're really looking at a customer base, at least in our case in Canada, where most of these wines tend to be in the more premium price points. You're still looking at a small segment of our customers that were willing to spend that much money, regardless if it is a known grape variety or something unknown to them. So I guess like my question is, you know, if we see this as something that we want to become the norm, the standard instead of the exception, then how in terms of like price points and marketing do we get it to the masses that they can even try these things at the price points they're willing to buy? When does that happen? At what sort of tipping point does it become, you know, there's enough planted that that's a possibility?
I think it's a difficult question, really, because that's in an ideal world, people would be more open-minded to different grape varieties, including Piwis. But I think like by talking about it in this session that we're doing right now and so on, and raising more awareness to take, I think, yeah, people are always scared of what they don't know for some reason. It's always scary to them. And to then spend the extra $10, whatever, they're like, but I can have this really safe Pinot Noir for less. It's difficult. I don't think I have a really good answer to it. But I think to talk.
I think it's okay. I don't think there is an easy answer. And maybe at some point, like Valentine says, when those other things, those other grape varieties become unsustainable, then if you want to drink wine, you'll drink wine made from alternative grape varieties, because that's what will be being produced.
And I think it's just like a big problem is people don't know what they're drinking, like the agricultural part behind it. People see the bottle, they want a cute label, they want a good price, but they don't know the agricultural impact on the planet that happens. And until they, like the consumer understands that a bit better, it's hard. And we can only, like, for example, grow more Piwis if the demand is also there. Because yes, we have to, of course, the first thing is to look after the planet, but we all need to also survive financially. And so I think for now, the plan is to talk pretty much.
Andrea, I do think the natural wine market does have an in, at least for Piwis, because I don't think the natural wine market is that worried about the variety itself.
No, I agree. That's the easiest customer to sell those wines to, is for sure.
Yeah. So we just
base.
need an in on the market, and we need to make sure that the wines are good, man. That's our responsibility, to make sure that we, like Valentine says now, he's basically dedicated his entire life to make sure that the varieties that he puts out in the market is good. The wine is good, and it's not just resistant. We don't just want it to be pretty in the garden. We want the wines to be good, and then it's our responsibility to take it out into the market as a good wine as well. So it's going to be a long haul, but I think there is an in the natural wine section. I think they might definitely be in for us.
I think definitely, but I think also the upsetting part of it, on the other hand, is that natural wine makes 1% of
exactly. Exactly. I can't run a store in our market that just sells natural wine. I wish I could, but it would not stay in business. So yeah.
That's why I said an in. At least.
Yeah, exactly. Not the answer, but an in.
Yeah. Patricia is saying in the live chat like 1%, and yeah, maybe it's going towards 2% now, but it's a tiny fraction of all the more conventional classical wines that are being produced. Wine is a mass market. It's also a big, along with that, a big monoculture, and we need more diversity. Pretty much that.
There was a question that was kind of related, that was asked earlier to Valentine. What do you think of Andy Walker's idea of only talking about the vinifera partners in his PD resistant varieties? obviously a marketing move, but is it a way of bridging the gap between vinifera and Piwi acceptance in the marketplace?
Well, Andy Walker, if you look at the varieties they made Pierce's disease resistant, it's a good move just to talk about the parent vinifera, because their approach very much that the Sauvignon Blanc type is, in my opinion, what I had so far, better than what they make out of Sauvignon Blanc in that part of the world. It's too hot and whatsoever. And the new varieties are quality-wise much better. And so it is with the Zinfandel one. And I mean, very nice work. And I know Andy Trencher at the beginning, he said, oh, you think we can do something? Yes, you can. And so they did. And there's no need to talk about where the genetic comes from and whatsoever. I mean, nobody asked you who was your grandfather and whatsoever. These times are gone. You know, that was in the brown times in Germany. So has nothing to do. It's just today a person is a person and not the background. And a wine is a wine variety and not the background. If you always, oh, it has to be Chardonnay in the background. Now, let's face it, if you want to bugger up a good genetic, use some Chardonnay. That buggers up everything. How to explain? You can make the flavor of Chardonnay, which close to not much, with any variety. Okay. Why talk about the genetic in the background? And even the resistant genetic, it doesn't have a thing to do if the wine is nice. Coming back to my varieties in Germany, the quality is very good. If I go to Germany, I drink a Cabernet Blanc. I also drink a Riesling, nothing against, but at the end, if there's a consumer asking for a bottle of wine, this one, you'll be happy with that one. And so they are, because it is nice. And if you start to try to explain whatsoever, as somebody mentioned, what style do you like? Sauvignon Blanc. Okay, we have something which is in this direction. And here we go. Andy Walker is right. Don't talk about the background. Just talk about the quality. And the quality has to be good. Bingo, end of the story.
I mean, I always like to say that nobody drinks a Chardonnay and says, oh, I don't know, it's not very reminiscent of Gouet Blanc, because no one cares about the parentage of the classical varieties. So why are we now making that differentiation for the next generation? I don't know.
Actually, in general, I'm a bit surprised that somehow it seems to be a lot of negative connotations about Piwis, which I'm actually really surprised of, because that's not how I feel like it's present here. Like, I'm really almost a bit shocked that there's actually so much negativity about Piwis, or negative prejudices about it, or about the quality of Piwis. I wasn't aware of that. I
think there's also I mean, Piri and I, and Cosi, we are in Germany, and so we are quite more used to the Piwi plant. Like, we have quite a good amount of Piwi planting, not loads, but they're a bit more common here. And we have a grape variety like Regent, that has gotten a bit more of a name here. So I think it's different here than maybe in other countries. We're in a different bubble, basically, in that sense. But also, there's one thought that I had just about the marketing again, what Andrea was asking. I feel like the names of the Piwis have changed since the start, when we had grape varieties named like Johanniter, Regent. We had sounds really wrong now, but I feel like they were quite unsexy names in wine terms, of like super. They were just like not very marketable names in a sense. And now, because French, for example, is such a wine language, there are more these names coming up like Sauvignon Gris and I think the name of the varieties or the becomes more user friendly. Wine world is French speaking in a majority of it. So when the varieties have more like French names, I think it sounds instantly a little bit more fancy for the consumer. If that makes sense, then for example, Johanniter or Regent, I think there's a certain ring to it. I hope it makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, sorry, Piri, I'm interrupting you there. I just don't want to get away from Andrea's point that I think there's also a massive role legislatively. I mean, in Germany, there's talks of not having to need planting rights when you plant Piwis, which is massive. If you are making wine in Germany, you need.
Is that confirmed?
There's talks of it,
Okay.
and that would be massive because the obvious answer, Andrea, to this, getting Piwis into the massive market is for a big corporate, co-op to go in and plant, I don't know, 3,000 hectares or whatever of Piwis. Then it will approach the mass market, and I think if it becomes something that is backed by legislation a little bit, and it's easier to do from a practical point of view, then they will also see the financial benefits of Piwis. I mean, if you don't have to spray it, it's man hours, and Europe is a big part of the business cost. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I would say also, Christine, I don't know, maybe Todd, you would experience some of this in the US, but in Canada, I think there was such a history of a certain style of wines being made from these types of grape varieties that people just associate them with really poorly made wines. And it still is kind of this sort of hangover effect from this history of our winemaking industry being based on hybrids, etc. And so now that technology and viticulture and everything has improved and you can make really good wines from these varieties, consumers still don't want to buy wines made from them. At least I see a lot of that in our part of Canada anyway.
I think that's definitely true in New York State. I mean, I always ascribe a part of the problem to people trying to make, California Cabernets from New York Baco Noir. Let's just ferment it with whatever yeast makes it closer to that and add a bunch of powdered tannin and sugar, and then also back sweeten it for bottling and try to make a goopy, syrupy thing. That's not what it wants to be. And so if you're doing all of that to it, it's obviously not going to be a quality wine. And so if people have been tasting those for 20 years and thinking that's what they make, then they're not seeing the true representation of it. And then the other side of that coin is definitely just that the market is shifted and that people want, lower alcohol, higher acid wines, and we can make very high acid wines from a lot of the old New York and Minnesota hybrids. And so, we don't have to work as hard to make them fit into another box for both reasons. And that lets us really just kind of try to experiment and see what the terroir expression can be when you're just letting them kind of do their own thing.
But I think also like an opportunity that might be missed is blending. So for example, I've blended Regent and Riesling because Regent doesn't have a lot of acidity, for example, and Riesling obviously brings that in. So there's the winemaking part of it. But I also feel like every time I say at a wine fair, it's Regent and Riesling. Okay, Riesling. Yeah, they also instantly feel like it's a little bit more approachable, kind of. And I'm like, yeah, but it's Regent actually mostly. It's like, yeah, but Riesling. But okay, they try it and then so far are happy. So it's fine. But I also noticed, for example, with my Cabernet Blanc Riesling blend, people always try to talk more about the Riesling in this wine, and it's not the majority of it. But people really like stick to the Riesling, I know that. And so they are like a lot of the times I see when my wine is listed somewhere, it's always Riesling with Cabernet Blanc on it. And I'm like, actually it's the other way around. But yeah, but I think maybe like to start for the consumer, it's a bit easier when there's blends of it at the beginning, you know, and approach them to the grape variety. And also a way again is to give the wines mystery names instead of, you know, how Jan, for example, has wines like named like Little Bastard and Purple Rain. They're neutral names. You cannot tell the grape variety by them. This mystery name gives the freedom of putting grapes in there. They're also maybe not as popular, but taste really good. You know, instead of always going for we have to label a wine like, Riesling from Kröver Naktash or something. We can go with more neutral names and that way take that away. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think also, I mean, that's just made me think a little bit about field blends too, which of course was the last century's way of kind of ensuring themselves a little bit against climate, to make sure that if something went wrong for one variety in one year, you would have the other varieties to make up for it. And I guess to play devil's advocate for the future, if we're dealing now with powdery mildew and downy and phylloxera and so on, who knows what's going to happen in 1,000 years from now? So if we're planting one clone of one disease-resistant Piwi or whatever it might be, what happens if a new disease comes that wipes out that variety? So if we're really trying to be sustainable in the long run, should we be planting field blends of vinifera and loads of different Piwis so that we have more potential strength for future diseases? Because I mean, it's so important to breed something that is resistant to downy or powdery and so on, but we don't know what's coming next. So how do we know if they're resistant to future threats?
I mean, I think then we also have to take it even a step further and not just have a field blend like that, but also like apple trees or trees within, and make basically mass viticulture, mass mono viticulture is the biggest problem of the wine industry and for the planet. So if we want to really think about like in 1,000 years when grape COVID comes around the corner, then we have to create a biodiversity, and that's not just vines, but that's vines plus trees and
bring in the microbes, man.
And the microbes. Cozy will bring all the microbes in. Okay, cool. Are there any? Should we stop recording now, or are there some more? Just the fact that Piwis apparently were still associated with a lot of.
We want to say thank you for all of you for the organization.
We have to go to sleep.
We have to go to sleep.
Me too.
Yes, Jasmine, thank you very much for the organization. Thank you, Valentin, and all of you. And it was very great evening, a great discussion where we learned a lot, and it's very great to have this network to share the experience. Thank you so much.
We have to go to sleep because our little one is crying, and later now she's sleeping, but she will cry during the night.
But I hope we see us in another time again in the next discussion.
Yes, and thank you also. Thank you for providing like the pictures you sent for the Instagram and so on. Thank you so much.
And thanks for the work you guys are doing.
Yeah,
really
and the
amazing
wine you've been sent.
Oh, you're drinking the Brunner.
And the
Cool.
Yes.
With that? What? No.
Okay,
Good
I want
night.
to say
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
I'm gonna go. Thank you.
And I want to say goodbye too. So thank you very much, Valentin and Jasmine, for doing this. It was a ton of inspiration again. Thank you.
Thank
Bye
you
bye.
for joining.
Bye.
I'll say the same as well. Thank you, Jazz, for organising, and Valentin for your time, and also thank you, Icy, for getting up at 3 a.m. So yeah, thank you, everyone.
I see dropped out already. Oh, yeah, she dropped out. But yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah, it's been really cool. Thank you, Valentin, for this information. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yep.
Really loads of talking for you, but yeah. No, it's been good. So we're gonna stop. Can we stop recording?